so excited to bring our first tag kiosk to the people here in Paulding County. So our first tag kiosk is located here at the Kroger off of 278 and 61 in Dallas. So one of the main benefits of us having the tag kiosk here at the Kroger is you can renew your tag anytime that this Kroger is open. Here at our tag kiosk, it prints your decal out instantly. Anyone can use our kiosk here at Kroger as long as your county participates in the tag kiosk program. Any Paulding County resident can use a tag kiosk anywhere here in Georgia, and there is a URL code that you can scan and find out which kiosk is the closest to you. If there's ever any questions about the tag kiosk, you can contact us here at the Paulding County Tax Commissioner's Office. Our telephone number is 770-443-7584.
In 2021, Paulding County created a new multi-departmental group to combat litter in our community. It's called the Trash Task Force. This task force created an online form allowing anyone to report litter in the county. To make access to this form easier, a QR code was developed, signs were made, and placed in 32 locations throughout the county. You will find these signs at our libraries, parks, trailheads, city halls, high schools, and many other locations. Here's what to expect when filling out the Trash Task Force Report Litter form. First, you will receive an email to confirm your form was received. Next, an investigation will begin and conducted by one of the following departments: Paulding County Marshal's Office, Paulding County DOT, Paulding County Sheriff's Office, the City of Hiram, or the City of Dallas. You can also access this form by going to paulding.gov and searching for Trash Task Force, or visit keeppauldingbeautiful.org. Please help us with this endeavor to beautify our community. If you see litter, report litter.
Welcome to Veterans Memorial Park, located on the Watson Government Complex here in Paulding County, Georgia.
Our serene amphitheater and peaceful walking trail provide a tranquil space for reflection and gratitude. Within the park, you will find monuments paying tribute to the heroes of Paulding County who sacrificed their lives in service, as well as those who perished in the 9/11 attacks. Children can enjoy laughter and play on our well-equipped playground, while visitors can stroll along the scenic half-mile trail surrounded by the beauty of nature. For more information or to plan your visit, please call the Parks Administration Office at 770-445-8065. Veterans Park, a place of honor, remembrance, and gratitude for our nation's heroes.
Welcome to Mount Tabor Park, located in Paulding County, Georgia. This park offers a variety of recreational facilities and plenty of outdoor activities for everyone to enjoy.
From our serene half-acre lake to the abundance of recreational facilities, Mount Tabor Park offers an array of opportunities for outdoor fun and relaxation. Get your heart pumping in our aerobics room, gym, or on our exhilarating mountain bike trail. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Take a leisurely stroll along our scenic walking trail, or let the little ones burn off some energy at our playground. For more information and to discover our upcoming programs and classes, please call Mount Tabor Park at 770-505-3885 or visit our website to register online. Mount Tabor Park, where nature meets recreation and memories are made.
Welcome to Larry C. Ragsdale White Oak Park, located in Paulding County, Georgia. This park features several tranquil lakes, vibrant playgrounds, and plenty of recreational activities, including a walking trail for everyone to enjoy.
From tranquil lakes to vibrant playgrounds, our park offers a plethora of amenities for you and your family to enjoy. Whether you're seeking adventure on our disc golf course, basking in the sun at our sand volleyball court, or simply taking a leisurely stroll along our walking trails, there's something here for everyone. For more information or to plan your visit, please call the Parks Administration Office at 770-445-8065. Larry C. Ragsdale White Oak Park, where memories are made and nature thrives.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the, what are we in, August session of the Paulding County Planning Commission. I would ask at this time, if you have a mobile device or an audible device, turn it off or to silence so it doesn't interrupt the proceedings of the meeting. Mr. Robinson, are there any announcements that you want to make before we get further into the meeting?
Good afternoon. Actually, yes, and thank you. Some of the applications that are either withdrawn or forwarded to next available meeting. Application 2416Z is by Sharon Gordon and Leroy Gordon. They were asking to rezone 20 acres to agricultural. They have withdrawn that application. Application that was scheduled today, 2429Z by Ardent Acquisitions to rezone 305 acres from R2 to Master Plan Residential District. That one is continuing to go through staff review in coordination with that applicant. That one's been forwarded. 2024-05 SUP. This was the one also by Sharon and Leroy Gordon asking to operate an event venue on 20 acres. That one has been forwarded since there was changes with the zoning portion of that. And applications 2426Z and 2411 SUP. Application by Stephanie Mann. This was a rezoning of 6.2 acres to agricultural and a special use permit for different types of events. That has been forwarded to the next month by staff to reach back with these applicants for a little more input.
Thank you. Cover a few of the basics here. The Paulding County Planning Commission is a recommending body. We work the service of the Paulding County Board of Commissioners. On occasion, we'll have applications from the City of Hiram as well. However, all of the ones that are on the agenda for today are to the Paulding County Board of Commissioners. Let me make sure.
September 10th.
And it will be September 10th, yes, at 2 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir.
So all the applications being heard today, assuming that they receive a favorable recommendation, will be forwarded to the September 10th meeting of the Paulding County Board of Commissioners. At the 2 o'clock meeting, the applicant is required to be present for the application to be considered, and anybody else that has interest in those applications should also be present. During the process of this meeting, each application will receive 15 minutes for them to present their application. They may use all of that time or conserve some of it for rebuttal, but that 15 minutes is also used for anyone wishing to speak on behalf of the application. Conversely, anybody wishing to speak in opposition of an application or may have questions, comments, or concerns will receive a cumulative time of 15 minutes, and that is a total time for both sides of 15 minutes. I will keep time. All questions, all comments are to be directed to the chair being myself, during the course of the meeting. Applicant here also must be present for it to be considered, or the applicant's agent. At this time, I'm going to ask the Planning Commission if they've had an opportunity to review the minutes from the previous session. Oh, let me correct one thing. We did have a discussion, or I've been informed that it has been agreeable to both sides in reference to the applications at the end of the meeting, which would be application 2024-03-Z and application 2024-02-SUP, that we will combine those two into a total time for both sides to be a cumulative 30 minutes. That's 30 minutes for someone to present or speak on behalf of, and 30 minutes for the opposition to be able to, or those that may have questions, comments, or concerns, to be able to voice their thoughts. So, and that's the only time we'll depart from that 15-minute time period. So at this time, I'd ask the Planning Commission, you've had an opportunity to review the minutes from the previous session of this body. If you have any questions, comments, edits, and having none that I hear, I will entertain a motion with regard to the minutes from the previous session.
Motions to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Steele, second by Ms. Fitzgerald. All in favor? Motion passes 6-0 and 1. 5-0 and 1. Let me get my math right. Here you go. This time, Mr. Robinson, if you would introduce the first application.
Be glad to. First application is 2024-01 LUP. It's application by Christine Corley Anderson. She's requesting to renew existing land use permit to continue the operation of her residential bee fitness business. Property is located in land lot 783, District 19, Section 3. The site address is 1884 Highway 101 North, and that is on the east side of Highway 101 and right at Hogue Road. It's in Commission Post 2. Regarding this application, staff has recommended approval with one stipulation. And I wanted to note that out of the land use permit consideration of land use permits, there's 11, and they're printed in the staff reports and available. After the staff review of the criteria, staff proposed that they comply with those standards. We've received an email in support of this application, and no cause of opposition.
Okay.
Applicant is present.
The applicant will please come around, sign in, state your name. You'll address your comments to the chair. I would like to also add on to my comments from earlier. We do have a couple of overflow rooms, as I understand it, so there may be some lag in between getting someone up here to speak if they have business before the board. So I'd ask for your patience. Also, questions that come to the applicant or anyone else standing at the lectern from the Planning Commission do not count against their time. So just saying that for the record. And please make sure that if you're going to speak that you turn your microphones on. And if you're going to speak, please talk into the microphone. So thank you.
Got it.
Please introduce yourself and your application.
Hello, my name is Christian Corley Anderson. My application is for a land use permit to continue with my business, Be Free Fitness, located at 1884 Highway 101.
Okay, thank you. And you're familiar with the stipulation that the staff recommended and the standards that they discussed?
Yes.
Okay, and you're agreeable to those?
Yes.
Are there any questions to the applicant from the Planning Commission? Hearing none, you may take your seat.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on behalf of this application? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to this application or may have questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion with regard to application 2024-01-LUP.
I'll make a motion to approve with the one listed stipulation.
I have a motion to approve with the listed stipulation from Mr. Steele. Second. I have a second from Ms. Fitzgerald. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0 and 1. Again, this will be forwarded to the September 10th meeting at 2 p.m. for consideration by the Board of Commissioners. Applicant must be present for it to be considered. Mr. Robinson.
Okay, next application, 2024-02 LUP. It's application by Gary W. Stafford requesting a land use permit for the operation of a rural business to allow heavy trucks, tractors, and equipment to remain on his property for business purposes. Property is located in land lot 448, District 18, Section 2 at the southeast corner of Mustang Path and Gresham Road. It's in Commission Post 3. Staff is in the review of this application. On the criteria to consider for land use permits, staff feels that the application fails to meet number 2, parking and traffic considerations, number 3, number of non-related employees, number 5, the impact of the business on the surrounding neighborhood as it relates to increased noise, traffic, pollution, safety, and general welfare of the area. Number 6, whether the proposed business is compatible with existing conditions in the neighborhood. Number 8, existing business uses in the vicinity. Number 10, type of use and intensity of the proposed business. Staff has recommended denial. However, if the Board of Commissioners chooses to approve, we have recommended 4 stipulations. And the applicant is present. We have had a few calls with questions regarding this application.
The applicant will please come around, sign in, state your name, and address your comments to the chair.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Roberts. I am here for Gary Stafford. I have gone over the things that they say are wrong, and we have corrected some of those things. I have also gone over the initial complaint, also to the fact that we have been there since August, and this individual did not make a complaint until March. The complaint states that there's traffic in and out all day long. That is incorrect. The employees show up at 7 a.m. There's 8 cars. And the trucks pull out between 7:30 and 7:45. They do not return until 5 to 5:30 in the afternoons. We don't receive deliveries during the day. There is no incoming, outcoming traffic up and down the road. The individual stated that there was mud on Gresham Road consistently. I took pictures today. There still is no mud consistently on Gresham Road. The parking is rock. It's all rock. There is no red mud. And we have put up an 8-foot privacy fence along Gresham Road so that you can't see the property at all, because the complaint states that it's an eyesore. So we have blocked and cleaned it up. I'd also like to state that from the time that we bought the property in '08 until current, it has turned around 180%. It used to be pretty much swampland.
Are those the extent of your comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't really know how this goes. My first time, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I understand. I just didn't want to interrupt you.
Okay.
We'll get into questions to you. I just, if a positive recommendation is made out of the Planning Commission, are you familiar with the 4 listed stipulations that are given? Have you read over those?
Yes.
And you're agreeable to those?
Yes, sir.
Then what I'm going to do at this point is open up questioning to you from the Planning Commission, and I will start
Okay.
with anybody who wants to go.
I'll go first. Ms. Roberts, can you tell us what type of business you do? How many how many employees you have coming in?
Yes, sir. We have 8.
Okay.
It is well, some people consider them bucket trucks, but they're forestry trucks. We control and keep up the Greystone Power and keep the trees out of the power lines.
And how
Our
many
trucks go out during storm damage and things like that.
you have 8 employees. How many trucks do you currently have?
4 bucket trucks and 2 dump trucks, but the dump trucks are not heavy dump trucks. They are, you don't even require a CDL to drive them.
And you said you've been operating on site for how long?
Since August of '23 when we moved there.
Okay.
And you say you're a contractor, right-of-way contractor for Greystone Power?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
You only do business in emergency situations?
No, ma'am, we work Monday through Saturday for Greystone Power. The trucks go out between 7 and 7:30 in the mornings and return at between 5 and 5:30 in the afternoons. One time in, one time out on Gresham Road.
Just as a matter of curiosity, have you been in operation for this purpose? Before you got to this property, were you already in operation for?
Yes, sir. Stafford Landscaping has been developed since 2017. He has held the contract with Greystone Power since 2019, and he just signed a 3-year contract with them.
Where did you operate, or Mr. Stafford operate before the current location?
The trucks were located at 928 Cleveland Parkway.
Okay.
Ellis?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a business license?
Yes, sir, we do. We keep that current.
Does this address, is it stated on the business license?
Yes, sir, it is.
So Paulding County gave you a business license at this address?
Yes, sir.
Question for staff. Mr. Robinson, staff recommends denial. If it's denied, will they have to rezone for a commercial use?
What we would recommend, if it's denied, I would recommend finding a place that may be more industrial.
The property that you occupy now, what modifications have you made since you moved in?
Since we moved in, we have put down probably 30 loads of rock in the area. We've put up an 8-foot privacy fence, a new home. There's grass there now.
Okay.
Every month, we try to do some type of improvement around there.
The photos that were included in your packet that show clearing and grading and other stuff occurring, and it looked like it was dated 08, that was the previous owner?
I believe he bought the property in, I'm wanting to say 18 or 19, and the people who lived there before, there was a double wide on there that had flood damage from the 09 flood because it was in a floodplain. He contracted with a company and had dirt brought in and brought the level of it up past the creek and made the barrier and with the erosion and everything so that it would no longer be a floodplain.
I'm gonna go back to staff for a second. Did the Community Development Department see anything about this filling a floodplain? Did you find any evidence?
No, we did not. I think our county engineer got involved later in that, but there was no permits issued.
And the metal building that's in the photos, they were there when you guys purchased the property?
That is not the metal building that was there. There was a metal building on the property, as well as 3 or 4 shipping containers that were full of stuff. The double wide, 2 other buildings, and a single wide that were all filled with things. The neighbors straight up behind us have told us that when they left their house to get in their car, they had to fight off the mosquitoes. It was so bad.
The metal building that we saw in those photos, that's been built recently?
Yes.
The bigger one? You guys built that?
Yes.
Permitted it through Paulding County?
We did not, we had a company do it, and we did not know that they did not.
Okay, it wasn't
Georgia
permitted.
Steel Buildings, and I have been working with them and the building permit gentleman to get that rectified. He has asked, for wind circumference, but it doesn't even have electricity in it. It's just simply a metal building.
Okay. Any further questions from the Planning Commission? Thank you very much. You may take your seat. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak on behalf of this application? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to this application or may have questions, comments, or concerns? I'm being told that there is one, so if y'all will please bear with us. If you would please come to the lectern here. Sign in, state your name, and address your comments to the chair. And since you weren't in the room, I'm the chair, so if you would talk to me. There's a sign in on the other side of the lectern, I believe.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time.
If you would start with your name, please.
My name is Stacy Bradshaw, and I am a neighbor a couple of houses away on Gresham Road. This is my first time, so please accept my apologies for any missteps. The reason that we initially questioned what was going on with the property, and to provide some clarity, is this property did have a mobile home on it when we originally bought our home. The mobile home was removed. There were constant activities at the lot, but it was hard to know what was happening. There was a lot of grading. I had joked often that half of Georgia was being brought into the lot to build it up. It's an improvement that it's been built up, that it's not marshland. I will absolutely concede to that. Having said that, it's turned into a parking lot. It's gravel. I brought some pictures from just today. There's most certainly mud. I literally took this about an hour ago. As for the fence, I have pictures that I'm happy to present that do show a partial fence, but that it does not provide the boundary that has been presented up till now. It's still very visible. In terms of the quantity of vehicles, everything is right at the road frontage to also give some kind of insight. It's not like it's set back. It's very visible. And this is very much a bucolic setting, very kind of a rural horses. We bought out there for the setting, for the quiet, to be around neighbors that, while we all mind our business, we all appreciate our land, and it's residential, not the industrial look that we have now. I have questions of safety regarding the vehicles. We have a four-way stop right at our house, and on the daily, I watch vehicles fly in while the bus stop. The kids are at the bus stop right there at the corner. The employees fly in, don't stop at the the stop sign. I watch the heavy trucks and machinery, at best do rolling stops in the evenings, and then the employees, when they leave, fly up and down. It is a safety concern. It's a safety concern for us living on the corner property, but also for the children at the bus stops, especially in the morning. In regards to the metal building that is now on the property, that's a very recent change. That wasn't even there when I initially filed the complaint. So when I filed the original complaint, it was once the trucks started showing up, and I was like, okay, this is a lot. This isn't one or two trucks. And you can see from the pictures again, I'm not sure how this works.
Would you mind passing those around?
Yes, sir. I'll pass the whole thing. Thank you. And this is, like I said, just about an hour ago, so this is not even the whole crew. It is a lot to be right there in a residential community, to have brought such an industrial type business right amongst homes. While we're thankful that they did start the fence, it is certainly not completed. There, again, you can see, and this is without rain. I don't know if they're having a water line issue or what the cause of that water is, and mud, but nonetheless, when it does rain, there is washout from the property. we want to be neighborly. We want to be good stewards of our neighborhood and our property value, which our property taxes keep going up. And so I don't want something like this to become an eyesore and such that if we were ever to need to sell our home, that we would be penalized because they put they put an industrial business amongst homes. And again, it's right at the street. It's not set back, so there's no getting around it. I am a realtor, and I know that things like this can negatively impact the ability to resale and resale prices. And that is, for the most part, coupled with the safety, what my concern is. If we can find a way to mitigate the safety, if we can find a way to mitigate protecting our property value, we certainly want to be neighborly. We don't want to just cause problem, but we need to protect the value of our greatest asset, and that is our home and our children and our safety. I would also, and I'm sorry for kind of bringing this up on the tail end, I do question from another level of safety with this heavy machinery. And again, this is the leftover trucks that weren't used today. The rest of the trucks are out. In the event that there was any kind of fire or spark as a result of the fuel that is there, given the quantity of vehicles, I do question our fire department's ability to respond in a way that can protect the homes that are right there, and there's wooded lots. It would be timber. There's no fire hydrant in the vicinity. I see this as another cause for concern for the safety as well. Thank you.
Before you leave, just making sure I'm understanding, this picture is the one that you're saying indicates the mud in the road?
Yes.
And that's this discoloration over here on this side?
That's all wet. That's all standing water, so much so that the male person has to go into the other lane to go.
But that's
around.
Coming off the property? And
Yes,
into the
sir.
roadway.
Yes. Yes, sir. There's another picture that might show a different angle.
You can come forward if you want to.
Okay.
Here, with this area. Okay.
So when it rains, and this is a dry day, when it rains, it comes down.
All right. Thank you. So, you may take your seat, if you'd like to stand at the back of the room, you're welcome to as we go through this. Was there anybody else wishing to speak in opposition to this application or may have questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, I would like to ask staff, is the area of disturbance on this property, can you ascertain from that there should have been a land disturbance permit submitted or an application made?
There should have been plans submitted, especially since we're, not just for us, but for filling in the floodplain area. But there should have been plans submitted, and actually to operate a business would have required a land disturbance.
And additionally, would have locating the business such as this, and I know we're doing an LUP, that's what we're looking at as an application for an LUP, but would this have not required potentially a plan review session just to cover
Yes.
some of the
It would require
logistics
one.
of the business being located here?
It would require one, and we actually added that in there as stipulations, just if it's approved.
Mr. Robinson, did you take a look at the business license application? Does it match what they're doing?
I'll have to go back and look at that. If it's one we issued, it would have been a home-based business, because we don't have authority to issue rural or residential businesses, and that would have limited any outside storage or uses.
And
it was pretty much an office in your house.
And did the metal building, did it exceed the requirement for a permit? I know we have a
In my
requirement for size.
observation, it did.
Okay. So with that permit, we may have caught some of the activity of filling possibly the floodplain and/or.
I think actually it had already been brought up as a complaint prior to the building going up.
Any other questions to staff? Then, Ms. Roberts, you do have some time remaining if you're, I'm sorry, where did you go? There you go. You do have some time remaining if you would like to add comments to this. Again, you direct them to me.
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you again for your time. I'd like to address the water issue. We have spoken with Douglas County Water Department. There is a leak right across the street from us. If she will notice, or I don't know if they're in the pictures, there's little white flags. They are waiting on AT&T to come out and mark so that they can get that water leak under control. That has nothing to do with our property. It's coming from the other side of the street where it's wet and flowing this way.
So the other side of Gresham.
Yes, sir. Straight across from the mailbox, but that has nothing to do with us. There is a ticket filed with Douglas County. They've already been out 2 or 3 times. They came out Monday, and AT&T had not been and put their flags yet, so they could not dig. As well as to the 4-way stop that she's referring to, it is to the left of our driveway. Our trucks cannot go that way, and let me tell you why. Because the trees are so low-lying that if they were to go that way, it would hit the bucket and knock the bucket off. Our trucks take a right out of our driveway, so for her to stand here in front of y'all and say she sits and watches this, that is not true. They don't go to the 4-way stop at all. They do not take a left. They take everybody goes out to the right and comes in from the right. And she lives to the left. And, she said she wanted to be neighborly. That's not very neighborly, telling us a story,
We can make that judgment. Just if you've got more pointed comments to make with regard to what was stated, you can
about the
do that
water, and then we do not go to the left at all. It is not just a parking lot, and I did not see the pictures from today, but the only truck that should be on the property today is an orange bucket truck, forestry truck, and then the employees' cars, and that you cannot see from the road because of the fence.
Mr. Robinson, do you want to let her see these pictures? Just to be fair.
Let me ask you this question while you're looking at those pictures.
Okay.
The property is at the rear of your property. What is that property? It looks like it's sparse timber. What is that property?
Along Mustang Path?
No,
Directly
behind Mustang Path, to the,
It is
whatever
wood
it is.
that was stacked up, so, and this is not from today. This is not an hour ago. There are no trucks sitting on our property right now, except the orange one, and I stated that. In this picture, you can see the little flags right here, and this is where the water leak is coming from, directly across the street, and it's flowing this way.
Okay.
And causing the puddle in front of our driveway. We cannot help that. There's nothing we can do about that. We can expand the fence all the way around so that you can't see anything.
that was gonna be one of my questions. Maybe expanding the path, the fence along those boundaries, along Mustang Path and completing the fence that would make it a lot more acceptable to the other residents of the area.
We would be willing to take the existing fence boards down that are there now and actually put 12-foot boards up, if that would make them feel better, and do 12 all the way on the outside.
I don't want to short you on your time. Were there any more comments from your position that you would like to mention before we move to any further questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, would you gather those pictures from her? Thank you. There's a stipulation that's, yes, ma'am. Please.
Ma'am, would you be willing to move to another location?
We would move to another location. It would be fairly hard for Gary Stafford as he has a hip disease that he is doing a treatment for every evening in lieu of a hip replacement. So he doesn't walk very well. Mr. Robinson has seen him walk. He does not walk very well. And it would just be a real inconvenience for him to have to get up, go to the other property, and conduct business.
So there's a stipulation that has been placed in here. I alluded to it earlier. Mr. Robinson verified also that if this were to receive a favorable motion to go forward, or if you were to have rezoned the property prior to doing any work on it, you would have had to submit a site plan to be approved by the county. You would have submitted the whole development to the plan review process, which would have addressed a lot of the issues that your neighbor or possibly other neighbors, maybe, I don't know, may be having with the operations that you have. But you're by going in and modifying the property, you've kind of gone around the permitting process, and now they're backing into it, much like the building, of trying to get the building compliant instead of having gotten the permits necessary for the building in the first place to ensure what you were putting on the property was compliant. So that's part of the problem that we're looking at. So.
Yes, sir. We went with GCG, I believe, and Hiram is the one that did the filling in.
I understand that you have a contractor, but, the property owner is ultimately responsible.
Yes, sir.
So, are there any other questions to the applicant from the Planning Commission? Okay, if there's no other questions for the applicant, I can ask her to take a seat and we can move forward with staff questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to clarify, the current business license is a home-based license for a landscaping business.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We have a question for staff at this point. If you want to have a seat at the chair directly behind you, that way if we do call you back up, it's not such a long walk.
Mr. Robinson, I noticed on 3 sides it's R2 in Paulding County. That 4th side, I take it, is the county line and is Douglas County?
It's Douglas County.
And is
their zoning there is low-density single-family residential. It's the R-LD district.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Robinson, also on that home-based business license, it does say landscaping, but if we do not ask, or it does not say whether it's a 1 trailer with a 0 turn and somebody cutting grass on the weekends, or if it's 6 bucket trucks with 8 employees.
Actually, there are standards that the applicants for a home-based business agree to, which talks about outside storage and facilities. And so there is limitations.
And does this one meet it? Is that part of your recommendation for denial?
Of course, they do not meet a home-based business for what they're planning, so they fall more into the rural business. When you go look at the standards of a rural business, there's a lot of limitations that they would have to follow. One of the businesses, they're limited to no more than 1,000 square feet of accessory structure. I don't think they're under that. It does have some limitations to number of employees, up to a maximum of 3, and that's why we added a stipulation, because I know that they have 8 that would have to be approved specially with this land use permit. There's some setbacks that they may be in the new building. I'd have to look at it, but It's like 100 feet from the front property line, and I believe they meet that. So there is still standards in here, but as far as a home business, they would not. But for a rural business, they're close.
So,
But the rural business requires a land use permit.
What is their business license they hold? A home-based business license?
It's a home-based business
Okay,
license.
thank you.
Any further questions to staff? Any further questions to the applicant? Hearing none, then I will
Do we have any other events? We've only heard from one.
close that out prior to asking her to step back to the lectern, and unless
Okay.
Chief Hess, you had nobody? Okay. So at this time, I will entertain a motion with regard to application 2024-02-LUP.
I'll make a motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny from Mr. Steele. I have a second from Mr. Leggett. All in favor of the denial. Motion passes 5-0 and 1. Again, you may speak with Mr. Robinson after the meeting or catch up with him at the next opportunity to discuss any future action. Mr. Robinson, if you would.
Okay, next application, 2024-30-Z, application by Louise D. Clark, requesting to rezone 2.269 acres from R2 Suburban Residential District to B2 Highway and B2 Highway Business District to R2 Suburban Residential District to allow the property to be sold in the future as residential. Property is located in land lot 573, District 2, Section 3. It's on the east side of Buckhannon Highway and the north of Fennell Road and at Wheeler Lake Path. The address is 2125 Buckhannon Highway. It's in Commission Post 2. This one is recommended for approval with no stipulations, and we have received no calls for support or opposition. And just to give a little history to this one, back a small portion of the overall site was Zone B2 back in June of 1984. It was maybe just under a half acre for a cabinet shop. And this little portion has been hampering some of the financing for future purchasers, my understanding.
Is the applicant present? If you would please come around, sign in, state your name, and address your comments to the chair.
Hey, Ms. Clark. Yeah, there's a signature on the other side.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Louise Clark. I'm here just to rezone the property the way it was originally.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the applicant for Planning Commission?
So Mr. Robinson explained that just a small portion was on B2, and you're just putting that back to accumulate it as one parcel, one zoning. Do you have the intent to sell it?
I will at some point in the future. I have been advised that for somebody trying to get a loan from a bank, the bank would not offer a loan because it has two different zonings.
Okay.
And my husband passed away about 8 years ago, And he did use, there's a shop there, and he used that for his business, but he passed, and I have no intention of running a business out of there, and it is my understanding that it probably would not pass any present-day criteria to be a place of business, so there's no point to it.
And is your primary residence on the 2 acres
Yes.
also? Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions to the applicant? Hearing none, thank you for your time, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on behalf of the application? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to this application or may have questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, at this time, I will entertain a motion for application 2024-30-Z.
Make a motion to approve the application.
I have a motion to approve by Mr. Leggett. I have a second by Mr. Aston. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0 and 1. It will be forwarded to the Board of Commissioners for their next meeting, September 10th at 2 p.m. You'll need to be present. Have a good day. All right, before we roll into the next 2 applications, what I'm going to do is offer a moment for everybody to take a break, go to the restroom if they need to, and then we're going to come back and begin the meeting.
Need them.
So I'm going to ask for a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
I make a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Motion to take a 5-minute recess from Mr. Steele. Second from Mr. Aston. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0 and 1. 3 and 5. Thank you very much. Please take your seats and we'll get started. So for the next two applications, we're looking at application 2024-03-Z and 2024-02-SUP. We will read those at the same time. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Robinson. Again, both sides in this instance will have a combined 30 minutes in total for anyone wishing to speak for the application, and conversely, anybody who wishes to speak in opposition or may have question, comments, or concerns. Mr. Robinson?
Okay, application 2024-03Z, application by Northwest Georgia Land Holdings LLC, Adam Baker, requesting to rezone 201.146 acres from R2 Suburban Residential District to I2 Heavy Industrial District, with also a special use permit for the proposed construction of a mining quarry. Property is located in land lots 301, 302, 303, 404, 405, 406, 407, and 411, District 1, Section 3. It's on the east side of State Route 101 South, Highway 101 South, right at the Carroll County line. It's in Commission Post 2. On that particular application, staff has recommended denial, but also if the board chooses to approve, we've recommended 14 printed stipulations. Next application that goes along with this one is 2024-02 SUP, application by Northwest Georgia Land Holdings LLC, Adam Baker, requesting a special use permit on 201.146 acres with the above I2 heavy industrial request to rezone for the proposed construction of an open pit mining quarry. Property is located in land lots 301, 302, 303, 404, 405 through 407, 411, District 1, Section 3, southeast or south side, on the east side of Highway 101 South along the Carroll County line. It's in Commission Post 2. Regarding this special use permit, staff has reviewed the criteria that we need to consider regarding special use permits, and feel like the proposed special use permit does not meet number one, which is whether or not there will be significant adverse effect on the neighborhood or an area which the proposed use will be located. Number two, whether or not the use is otherwise compatible with the area. Number four, whether or not quiet enjoyment of surrounding property will be adversely affected. Number five, whether or not adequate provisions are made for parking and traffic considerations. Number seven, whether or not special or unique conditions overcome the governing authority's general presumption that residential neighborhoods should not be allowed in non-compatible business uses. And number 11, whether or not the public health, safety, welfare, or moral concerns of the surrounding area will be adversely affected. And number 12, whether or not the use shall be consistent with the comprehensive plan for the area. Staff has also recommended denial for the special use permit, but if the board chooses to approve, we also recommended 14 stipulations. And the applicant is present. I think everybody knows, we've had a tremendous amount of concern and opposition and a lot of data and information provided by the applicants to the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission, and here we are today.
So at this time, if the applicant is in the room, please come forward, sign in, state your name. You will address your comments to the chair. Again, 30 minutes has been allotted. You may utilize all of that time as far as being the applicant, or you can reserve some of that time for rebuttal. At the same time, that same 30 minutes is also intended for use by anybody else that would wish to speak on behalf of the application. Again, I would remind you to address your comments to the chair.
Sir, a quick question before we start. How do we execute the PowerPoint? Is it just hitting the down button to produce? Thank you, Ms. Ann. Hey, my name is Adam Baker. On behalf of the applicant, Northwest Georgia Land Holdings, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. As Chris stated, we're seeking a rezoning from R2 to I2 with an SUP for surface mineral extraction. Today, we have a group of experts that are here to answer questions that you may have or that the board may have, and to also address any questions or concerns that may come from any of the residents that are here or the opposition. The first one's Casey Conaway. He's our economist. We've got a geologist here, Ben Black. We have a blasting expert, Gregory Poole. We have an air quality expert, Kelly Bailey. He's a certified industrial hygienist. And we also have our traffic expert, Mark Akampura. Combined, those gentlemen have over 174 years of experience in their respective fields, very qualified and excited to answer any questions you may have. If we have any questions that pop up from the community that we don't get to address because of a time constraint, which I don't think will be the problem, but we would love for you guys to ask those questions so that everything gets answered today. We don't want to leave anything unturned there. I wanted to give you a quick update on how we got to this point. We submitted our application. Since then, we've had different meetings we've reached out to property owners directly. We were able to speak to most of them, whether over the phone or in person. On July the 8th, we held a meeting on site, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but approximately 40 residents were there, and we did a lot of Q&A there. We did some site tours as well. On August the 12th, we had another Q&A. Our experts were there that I referenced earlier to answer questions. We met at Concord Baptist Church. And then we've had questions come in writing that we've also answered as well. We've had meetings with state and local officials. We've reached out to everyone on the Planning Commission to the best of our ability. We've met with the county commissioners. We've provided site tours, held 2 Q&A sessions, multiple meetings through the DRI process with the Georgia Regional Commission and Greta. And so we've done a lot of meeting to try to talk and get the word out on what we're up to. And everyone knows where the site's located, but just in case you don't, we're located on Highway 101 on the southern part of Paulding County, literally bordering the Carroll County line. If you look at our site plan, and I'll zoom in on it in just a second, but kind of a rough breakdown, the site's 201 acres. The pit area, which you can see kind of highlighted in the darker red, is 54 acres. There's 29 acres that are dedicated to the plant, the office area, the scale house, and the stockpile area. There's 88 acres of green space here. That's a significant amount of green space. That's about 43% of the site. And then 17 acres is dedicated to berms. The berms are significant. A lot of times when we think of berms, we think of like a residential neighborhood berm. These berms are 50 to 70 feet wide, approximately 10 feet in height. They're very significant berms. Those are allocated on the site. You can see they're called out on the site plan, and I'll zoom in on that in just a second. And then there's about 6 acres that's dedicated to overburden. And if you zoom in, this is zoomed in on the site here, you can see the ingress egress to the proposed quarry is off of Highway 101. Around the entire site is a 100-foot undisturbed buffer. That's a state requirement. You can see called out on the plans on part of the northern part of the property, and along the eastern edge of the property, there's a stream that's delineated or a creek that's delineated there. It's a state water, 75-foot buffers on each side of that. So that's in addition to the state 100-foot buffer. You can see the berms called out there in the pit area as well, and the site plans called out. A buffer, I think we all know what a buffer is, but just in case you don't, this is a barrier to help mitigate noise, dust, things of those nature, and there's significant buffers included with the berms that are on the site. This, if you haven't figured this out yet, a rock quarry is heavily regulated. A lot of the stuff that you guys see here comes just through the county. Some things require state oversight. This also requires federal oversight. There's a lot of different agencies that oversee not just the planning stage, but the development stage and the operation and ongoing maintenance of a quarry, and they're all listed there. And we can dive into that further as well. The conditions that staff recommended, we can talk about that too, but we're good with all but 2 of the conditions. 2 of the conditions we want to be either modified or swapped out. I'll do a trade, 1 for 2 on one of them, and then on the other one, we would just want one modified. And then you had another condition that Chris stipulated we think is, it's not, I don't want to say weak is not the right word, but we can make it more stringent on us, and we would be happy to do that. And so we'd like to reserve the balance of our time to answer any questions or concerns from the opposition later on. So thank you.
Sorry, I have my mic turned off. At this point, I will open it up for questions to the Planning Commission, to the applicant. Generally, I do ask about the stipulations, and you said you've identified 2 that you would like to see modified. I would ask you right now if you would point the 2 that you're talking about.
Yes, sir. So we were good with all but 2. One was number 2, where it says owner-developer agrees to a minimum 300-foot buffer along all common property lines. And so when we met early on with staff to kind of talk through buffers and we showed berms and things like that, that really wasn't a concern that was brought up at all. And so once we showed the state regulations and the berms, it seemed like that was okay. And so we don't know where the 300 feet came from. As you know, or may or may not know, I don't want to assume anything, but rock quarries typically are a lot larger than this. And so when you bring the site in to 300 feet, if you bring those buffers in, undisturbed buffers into 300 feet, it really limits the ability to design around the site. And so what we would propose that's different from this is, obviously we'll keep the state 100-foot buffer, that's a requirement, but we would propose a paved entrance into the site. And so you could, technically it could be some sort of, stone or aggregate there, which could potentially create dust. And so we would propose that entrance be paved. And then on each side of the entrance, we would put 100 feet of landscaping on each side of the paved entrance there. And that does 2 things. It's dust mitigation, noise mitigation, and I think aesthetically would look better for the site. In addition to that, you can see the berms that are on here. We would be willing to plant trees along the tops of those berms to serve as additional, buffer or barriers to the site. And so that's what we would propose in lieu of stipulation number 2 that was suggested by staff. The condition number 5 was the owner-developer agrees to no operations on site on Sundays, New Year's Day, Thanksgiving, or Christmas. And so obviously, no one wants to operate on those days, on Sundays, or on the, I don't want to say obviously for Sundays, but especially on the holidays, but we're fine with that in general, but we would just like to add on there in the event that the county or the state has some sort of a governmental project that requires some additional kind of overtime or something like that to meet the needs of a governmental project. We'd like the ability to do that. The other 2 quarries that are in the community have that ability, and we'd like the opportunity to be able to compete in that area as well. So that would just be kind of a little bit addition to add to that. And then number 7, we feel like we can strengthen that. So that one says owner-developer agrees to limit blasting operations within the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. And so there's really no, that doesn't say Monday through Friday, or that's basically, in my opinion, that means any day of the week. And so we would be willing to limit that to Monday through Friday. So basically we would say no weekends and no holidays. So we felt like that would strengthen that condition if you felt like that was appropriate. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So at this time, any questions from the Planning Commission to the applicant?
I have a question, Mr. Baker. I think you've answered this for me before, or we discussed it. Your creek buffers. So your site is 200 plus acres. You have a 54-acre pit, correct?
Yes, sir.
250 feet deep, is that correct?
That's the approximate depth,
okay.
At the deepest point, yes, sir.
You're showing you're showing one major creek or one major buffer coming from north of your quarry. Is there not state waters coming through the quarry site itself?
No, sir. So we've had an environmental scientist, and we've got some experts here that can speak to that too. But we've had our environmental scientists on site, and these are the only designated waters that were noted on the site.
Because just typically with, normally what we would see in a USGS map or just anything that we've worked in the county before, anything 20 acres or larger, sometimes we'll see water pop up. So when you have a 54-acre site, it's just hard to imagine we didn't have water right there coming through the site.
Yeah, so it was delineated out by
Okay.
an expert, so.
And that will be shown if approved and you brought through construction plans, we'll see that?
That's right. So, I mean,
Okay.
and you're super familiar with the LDP process, but I mean, that's a part of the review process. So if there's any other state waters that show up or something that gets delineated, we would definitely have to design around that.
That's right. And if they did show up, you have, you showed on a previous slide the amount of both state and federal and even local requirements that you'll have to go through to permit.
That's right.
One of those being at a county level is with those buffers, if you do delineate or do find
That's right.
state waters through that middle site. Okay.
If you will go back to the next slide, I have a question there.
Previous, or,
That one there.
yes, sir.
You're showing crossing the creek and putting the overburden on the other side of the creek. How are you gonna protect that creek?
Yeah, so that's again part of the permitting process. So when you go through the LDP process, that's part of the process. And so there's an erosion control plan. BMPs get put in place, best management practice plan. So you basically put in all BMPs. There would be a culvert, and you would just cross the creek safely, and that would be approved, and it would go through the process with the county.
Well, one of the problems I have is, in '09 and other times, we've had heavy rains and as much as 20 inches of rain in this area and other areas around the county. We had floods. I don't know if you were here there. But we had serious floods during that time. What's going to keep your overburden and this other from getting down into the Turkey Creek, which in their part is going to get into Sweetwater Creek and Legion Lake?
Yeah, great question. So if you're okay with this, we've got an expert here that can speak to that further. You can take my word for it, but Ben, do you want to speak to the water runoff and the protection of the creeks at all? Is that fine? Yeah.
If you would
Is that
sign
okay?
in, state your name for the record.
So Ben's been in the business for 27 years, and he can speak, I think, very well to that. So Ben, sign in here. I'll put the 2-4.
So to answer your question, Mr. Leggett, I'm very familiar with those storms that came in 2009 because at the time I was working for Arcadis, and I came out to
Can you
Paulding.
speak up a little bit more?
At the time, 2009, the storms that you're speaking about, I was working for Arcadis, so I'm very familiar with those storms. I came out here and inspected about 40 dams when Commissioner Austin was still around. Well, I guess he's still around, but he's not the commissioner anymore, or chairman anymore. But anyway, yeah, I'm very familiar with the storms you're speaking about. Of course, that was a 500-year, possibly even a 1,000-year event storm. The storms that would be designed, I have to crop down here a little bit so I can talk. The storms that we would be designing for would be significantly smaller storms. They would be 100-year storms possibly. So the culvert design to manage that stormwater would be designed based on a design storm. And then to keep the sediment from escaping the site, as you're kind of alluding to, the soils would be stabilized. So it wouldn't just be raw dirt hanging out. We would create the piles, grade them, and then seed them, straw them, and then they would still have the BMPs, the silt fences, and so on and so forth around the perimeter of those piles until they're, in perpetuity more than likely, but until they're fully stabilized with vegetation. Typically, those overburden piles then become areas for growth of trees and other shrubs and material that would then further stabilize them. And then to add on to that, as I had, I guess, testified to in previous discussions with members of the P&Z and the board, the pit itself will become a stormwater basin on the property. We would intentionally trap some of the stormwater that's accumulated on the property for then later reuse in the aggregate production process for wetting roads, washing stone, things of that nature. Any water that would then ultimately necessarily be discharged off the property would either be discharged via industrial wastewater permit or discharged through typical stormwater sediment basins, fines recovery process prior to being discharged into the unnamed creeks that then ultimately lead into Turkey Creek.
I've witnessed this just in the last couple of years with a development beside me that they've been in the creek 3 or 4 times dipping mud out of the creek with buckets. So, I know the quote act of nature clause usually protects, developments like this, but this is a very environmentally fragile area because it not only affects Paulding County with our water treatment facility, it's on Sweetwater Creek, but we have the city of Austell and the city of East Point that both draw water from this creek, of course, down the stream, and it's very important to them also.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Mr. Black, on the overburden, so you're showing about 6 acres of overburden. That overburden won't be created initially all at one time. So how long of operation or how long of phasing for that overburden and that crossing, and I'm assuming the crossing would be perpendicular or near perpendicular like we're required. How long will it be in use, and when can you expect, once you've started the construction process, for that area to be completely stabled and untouched again?
That's a great question. So with respect to the removal of the overburden, it is not all done as one continuous process. Obviously, over a 54-acre pit, we would start in locations within the pit where rock is shallowest, and we would work our way down to the rock. The material that's removed as we're working our way down to the rock would be used to build the plant site, to level everything out so that we have a nice base to work from. So that would be the green area. I guess you have screens in front of you, but that would be the green area kind of in front of the red contour lines that you see on there. So that's a plant site, parking, stockpile area. We would build that up using some of the overburden. The culvert crossing, as you alluded to, would be perpendicular to the stream. The pipe would be sized such that it could pass the storm events necessary to pass it. Time frame wise, we're probably looking at 1.5 to 2 years to get initial development. It's not something that happens very quickly. First, of course, there's tree removal. There's all the B&P process, so the best management practices that need to be installed per the erosion sediment control plans, building the pipe crossing, all of those type of things would be preparatory to the construction of the overburden pile, the plant site, and the berms. So yeah, probably 2 to 3 years end to end, so beginning to end.
Any other questions to the applicant? Mr. Host.
On your security, what kind of security would you have on site for staff, fencing, and et cetera?
Yeah, so from a security perspective, one of the conditions that was noted on here was in regards to the storing of blasting materials, which is kind of a common concern that comes up. And so we're okay with conditioning the site which is one of the conditions that staff had made, was to store all blasting materials off-site. Beyond kind of the typical measures, you could have a secure gate of some sort for ingress, egress, cameras and things of that nature, but there's no fencing proposed that would go around the entire site.
What about the fencing around the pit area? Because eventually, as the mines develop, they'll become a high wall. It may be years down the road, but and people, they come in these quarries, unfortunately, when they're closed, and of course I guess they're trespassing, but they end up getting into the pit and even up on the high wall, and sometimes falling off and succumbing to their injuries. I know Vulcan Materials on most of their quarries have at least the pit fenced.
Yeah, so typically, and some counties do mandate a fence be installed around the pit. During active operations, having a fence around the pit is really not that, it's not great for operations, because you either have to have large gates in it or risk replacing the fence constantly. So in the case of this particular arrangement, what we would recommend long-term are berms that MSHA, the governing agency for the Mine Safety and Health Administration, would require to not only keep people from inadvertently walking into the pit, but also to keep equipment from accidentally driving into the pit. And those berms would be designed such that they're tall enough to catch the full height of the biggest piece of mine equipment's tire. So if you can imagine, some of those mine equipment tires are as tall as this room, so the berm would have to be at least 1.5 times the tallest tire on there. So these would be rather large berms that would be safety berms that would be placed around the top of the perimeter of the pit. In addition, if you can kind of see on the drawing there will be a soil slope, a 2-to-1 soil slope, more or less around the entire perimeter of the pit, so there wouldn't necessarily be a sheer drop-off directly behind the berm. It would slope in somewhat, so there's that safety factor as well.
Well, I guess I should have clarified it. Yeah, I wasn't really speaking about fencing the interior of the pit. The exterior of the pit is where people would typically come in from the outside and potentially could fall into the pit. It actually happened at Vulcan at Noonan a few years ago when they found the person about a week later in there. Didn't even know he was there. So also Billerica Vulcan last year, the high schoolers down there, they posed a challenge with each other to go down to the Vulcan pit up on the high wall and take a selfie, stand up on that high wall. And so they had to get the local law enforcement involved to help stop that. But high schoolers, our young folks, we all thought we were invincible back then ourselves, so sometimes they do things that's not all that wise, but that is a concern right there, because an open surface mine operation can be a very hazardous place.
Any further questions to the applicant?
I have enough some more.
Please.
Well, on the water that you're going to use to develop the site, there's no county water out on the Highway 101, correct?
I believe that's correct. Is there?
Okay.
Oh, there is county water, actually.
Is there county water out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there is county water. All right.
I thought it ended at, maybe not.
He said he thought it ended somewhere too, so.
I have one of the questions also. You've got a lot of folks out there that live on their property with wells, and will you be willing to make it a zoning stipulation that anybody's wells go dry due to your blasting or the construction of the pit, that you would be willing to provide county water to those residences to supply them water? Because I know it does happen where the wells go dry. In Polk County at Berry College, Vulcan's blasting up there in their pit. There was I think the name of the lake behind Berry College was Victory Lake, and it drained because they hit the vein going into that area. Then they weren't ever able to repair it, from my understanding. Is that right, Ellis?
Well, the Vulcan, it wasn't Berry College. Actually, it was Vulcan at Rockmart, and they hit an aquifer, and so they had to abandon the mine, and they had to reclaim all the top area, and so it sits up there now, 170-foot pool of water, and it's all locked up because there's no security up there. But I will say one thing: it is in a different geological zone than this one, because this proposed mine is we're in the Piedmont zone, and that is in a different zone with more limestone. But it is a possibility, hit an aquifer at these mines, and it would affect the wells. I mean, it's not that common, but it sure happened before.
Here's my understanding, yeah, that it had happened there at Berry, that I understood the name of the lake was Victory Lake, that was built after World War II, and that it had drained due to the local mining nearby.
Yeah, so in the case of both of the two examples that you spoke about, the Rock Mart and the one up near Rome, Mr. Aston is correct. Those are both in limestone geology. So the geology in limestone is much trickier than the geology we're talking about here in terms of the way the limestone dissolves due to the acidic conditions of the water, creating voids and vugs, spaces, caverns, if you want to call them karst topography, would be the correct geological term for it. And it is not uncommon for very large voids to open up and drain lakes. That's quite frequent, actually, up in the Blue Ridge and Valley and Ridge area of the state of Georgia. Also happens quite frequently in the coastal plain where there's limestone. In this particular geologic province, which is the Piedmont, the flow of water in the underground aquifers comes from two different locations. Either it comes from the soil, so people have dug wells, meaning their water all comes from the soil that overlies the hard rock. People that have drilled wells typically have wells that are drilled into the bedrock and have intercepted some type of a fracture that has water-bearing capacity. Those fractures, while they're pervasive, they're not necessarily all interconnected in such a way that if you were to pump or dewater on one area, that you're going to see massive amounts of dewatering in another area. In a sand and gravel aquifer, you would typically see that high pumping rates in one well can lower water levels in other wells. In the case of a quarry like this, where we're looking at high angle fracturing of the rock, where you more or less get lucky to hit a water-bearing zone that may produce 10 gallons a minute or something like that, you're not going to see the type of dewatering that you both are discussing, the Rock Mart example and the Rome example. So fractured rock flow is completely different than flow in a limestone aquifer.
I know a lot of them, like I have, my bored well's only 34 foot deep.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, if that possibility would, my question is, would y'all be willing to provide that person water if that did happen?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Mr. Leggett. So we would be willing to, any adjoining property owner, if they would allow us to be able to send someone out with them, with their permission, to do a study of their test so that we have a baseline of exactly all the details of their well. And then if something were to happen as a result, if there was some sort of failure to their well, and it was due to the quarry operations, they would be either willing to repair the well or come up with another solution for them to make sure they have water.
Is there an industry standard or any state or federal requirements that you guys monitor adjoining or adjacent wells?
No.
So did y'all perform a environmental impact study?
We did.
Yeah, so, yes, sir.
Well, what about indigenous species? Did it include that?
So at this point in time, they did do a preliminary environmental study, but as we progress through the various steps of getting the quarry into operation, there are additional studies that are required. The list was presented earlier of all the different federal agencies, state agencies, local agencies that are required to comment or be a part of, there you go, of the different permit applications and other permissions that you need to receive. So the ones that I think you're kind of alluding to would be associated with the Corps of Engineers and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agencies. Those would be the ones that cover kind of the streams and wetlands on the property and the threatened and endangered species, again, that Mr. Aston was just kind of referring to. All of those studies would be conducted typically later on in the process. They have not been completed at this time.
It looks like it will be one of the first things you do since determine the feasibility of the development of the project, because Paulding County has 6 endangered and threatened species just in Paulding County. Then Carroll County has endangered species and threatened species as well. So that looks like that would have been the first study that would have been performed.
Well, a great question again. So they have done preliminary testing. On the preliminary environmental report, none of those species were listed. None found.
I'm wondering if they included because Carroll County's got a little bit different list of those species. I'm wondering if they studied those species as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. When we were focusing on this, we were really just focused on Paulding County and their requirements, and so we haven't dug into all the regulations that Carroll County may have.
What grades or what types of aggregates will you be producing and selling? Well, how many different? What can you name them?
Sure. So the rock that's currently underlying the property would be considered DOT Group 2 Class A rock. So that would be igneous or metamorphic type rock. The type of material that would be sold would be things like 57 stone, crusher run, rip wrap, number 3, number 4, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, probably M10s and W10s. So the full line of aggregates that would be needed for roadways, sub-bases, use in asphalt, use in concrete, scour protection, so larger riprap, maybe surge stone, those type of materials would be produced at the property, sir.
So pretty much standard of the industry, what any quarry would carry.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty much of a boilerplate type. So how many, can you describe how many pieces of equipment or crushers and all that, can you advise us what those are to produce all that?
Yes, sir, I can do that. So as Adam was saying earlier, all the drilling and blasting would more than likely be done with a contract blaster. So they would bring in their drills, their equipment to do the blasting. Once blasting is done, we would be using large excavators and large front-end loaders to load probably 777, so Caterpillar 777. These are large haul trucks. Initial production will be based on mobile equipment, so we'll use a mobile crusher, we'll use mobile screens, and the reason for that is we want to start getting the pit developed. You don't want to get your primary built before you kind of know how your pit's going to get laid out. So all initial production will be from portable equipment, probably a portable jaw and a portable cone. Could be other things. See, I would say initially we're probably looking at 1 to 2 haul trucks for the first couple years to kind of get quarry production going. There'll be the initial mobile crusher. Capacity of the mobile crushers really is dependent on overall production. So if you start off small, then you might start with a smaller crusher, and then your screens and all those type of things. But eventually, the mobile equipment will be replaced with either modular equipment or a permanent primary crusher and then a permanent plant site. So initial work, most everything will be done down in the pit. As we're getting the front end part constructed, it'll all be portable and mobile equipment. And then probably year 6, we go to a permanent fixed plant equipment, and then move on from there.
And that's year 6 from the time you start. What's the anticipated time for permitting?
The last quarry that I helped get permitted, we haven't started excavation of the property yet, and it's been 4 years. They're planning on starting in the beginning of next year, so 4.5 years, maybe 5 years.
So it may be 2034 before you have permanent crushers and
it's possible, yes, yep. Quite a while away.
And what is, based on your assessment and study of the site, what is the lifespan of this quarry? I know, the feasibility and cost to get stuff out of the mine from trucking and whatnot limits but in your proposal, your 54-acre pit shows about 5 different benches, 250 feet roughly.
Yeah.
What kind of time frame?
So time frame, that's a great question. So time frame from the time we get that first bench developed to getting down to the 250-foot bench, that's about 50 million tons of rock to get down to that 250-foot depth. If we're only producing about 500 to 750,000 tons a year, that's possibly up to 100 years if we're doing 50,000 tons. So it's a long lifetime situation. So it could be 2134 before, using your earlier math, before the mine was mined out.
And y'all are looking at production of 50 to 50+ thousand tons.
500,000.
500,000.
Yes, sir. And that's a typical for a truck-only market. There's obviously no rail here, so there would be no incentive to produce more than that. Some years will be less, some years will be more, depending on what type of projects are going on. But I mean, as you heard the lady say earlier, they had 30 truckloads of rock delivered on their 2-acre parking lot. That's 300 tons of rock, roughly.
So you're talking about, what is you consider to be your normal times of operation?
Sir, I didn't understand your question.
Normal time of operation of the quarry?
Yeah, so 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. is typical, or 6, early-ish in the morning to normal quitting time, Monday through Friday. I guess Saturday too in this case, but I guess there's a stipulation that Sundays and holidays are off the table, so.
State that one more time.
But that's, he said 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Yeah.
But say you got a contract, you'd go 24 hours a day. If you got like a state or federal contract you needed to fill that contract, you'd do 24-hour shifts, wouldn't you?
Well, not for blasting, but yes, sir, for loading the rock and crushing it, things of that nature. But I think, again, there's a stipulation that we'd have to get permission from the county to do that, or I believe that's how the stipulation might be written. So that would be an outlier event. That wouldn't be something that's on the normal.
And how many times a day would you be blasting to?
Times a day, that we're looking at once a week for the first probably couple of months initially, and then dropping that down to every other week. So 2 times a month.
So once a week would cover, when you're initially building this quarry to get when you get down to the rock, you're just gonna blast once a week?
Yeah, so the soil overlying the rock is going to be excavated by excavators, so there'll be no blasting needed. Once we get into the partially weathered rock, some of that material can be ripped with excavated with some of the equipment, some of the bulldozers and some of the excavators. Once we get into the more kind of what we call intermediate geological material, so it's not really rock, but it's not really soil, that would potentially need some blasting to loosen it up. But yeah, again, the time it takes, and I think Mr. Poole, who's our blasting expert, can probably talk a little bit more about it, but in general, the time it takes to get all your blast holes and all that stuff in order, yeah, we're still only looking at blasting once a week initially, like I said, for the first, I said couple months, but it could be maybe 6 months to a year, initial blasting, and then once we get into production blasting, it's going to be once every 2 weeks, because we can't do any operations while they're drilling and especially when they're blasting, so it kind of halts operations.
That's typical of opening a new quarry?
Yes, sir.
From your experience?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions to the applicant from?
Back to when the mine becomes developed and you have the permanent crushers and all in place, the plan shows the crusher, there's one crusher in the southwest corner of the property. So is that where all the other crushers would be? Basically, you have to have a crusher for every grade of aggregate. I know they actually reduce down in size, and you got to have screens. Typically, they're conveyors. They can be hoppers for wash 57 stone for trucks to pull under. They can be silos later. So is that southwest corner of the property, is that where all I know it's where your plant site and all, is that still the planned area to put all the crushers and all that, those kinds of things up there?
So once, and this is a kind of a conceptual drawing, but once the primary crusher is installed, it'll actually be installed in the pit, because we'll need that area to build the primary crusher silo, and then the trucks, as they come up out of the pit, they'll come to the back, or they'll come up to wherever the primary is located, dump the rock to be crushed through the primary, and then so it'll be, I don't have a pointer, but it'll be probably somewhere in the maybe northwest corner of that pit as shown, and that's where the primary, so once it's installed, that's a construction project, that's concrete, that's steel. Once it's in, it's never going anywhere. That's your primary crusher. So that'll stay in that general location. And then if there's any portable equipment, or if there's other screens or wash plants or any of the other type of stuff, it would go up in the green area as shown.
So there would be a secondary crusher, then other smaller crushers to produce the types of gravel that you cited there. There'll be some screens, and there'll be probably conveyors, and so all that stuff will be up in that southwest corner, just where it now states that the crusher and the stockpiles are supposed to be there, correct?
Correct. A lot of the plant equipment will be up in that location. And again, there'll probably still be portable equipment that's being used in the pit. So once the primary does its initial crushing, there could be cone crushers or roller impact crushers or other types of crushers to produce the type of rock that would be needed for the project. That could be down in the pit or up at the plant site.
So on your drilling, and back to your drilling and blasting, a third-party contractor is going to perform that?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And will they be using bulk or prepackaged explosives?
Hey, so yeah.
Will it be a mixture of ammonium nitrate?
Great, yeah.
But just a short answer, you don't need a big lengthy answer.
So this is Gregory Poole. He's our blasting expert.
Yeah, so they generally would be a bulk product that'd be used for a process like this. Until you actually have the contractor in place and they determine what they're going to use, the blaster charge would be the one that determines what's best for the project. Ammonium nitrate is generally a outdated product at this point. They use a bulk emulsion, which would be brought in by truck, and it's like a slurry basically that gets pumped in the hole. Be no dynamite. There would not be actually cartridge explosives except for detonators that would be used inside the columns of explosives. That's all said related to the long-term mining process. Initially, for site preparation and stuff like that, there could be a variety of different blasting techniques used, just like it would on a construction site, just to get your benches level and get your starting position for building the final product here.
Is the blasting type you're talking about currently, is it fairly new, or what's it?
Yeah, blasting is, I've been doing this over 30 years now, and it's constantly evolving with newer products and newer detonators and newer safety things. So the bulk emulsion that they use now, they started using it probably about 15 to 20 years ago. Some of it in pre-production, maybe even a little longer than that. But in the last 15 years or so is when it's become the more prevalent product. And technically, it's actually not an explosive. It's actually a expansion agent, but it's, for intensive purposes, it's going to break the rock, and it's going to be like an explosive. It's much safer for transportation. It's much safer for use, and is more of a gas expansion than a shock wave break, which maybe doesn't mean much to anybody, but for the purposes of mining, it's much more efficient.
So 70 quarries, granite quarries in Georgia, and the average of those quarries is 450 acres. And you had 6 quarries in your economic report, and they average 508 acres, and you're proposing to put place a quarry or develop a quarry on 201 acres. So in the case of blasting, and I've had a lot of experience with it. The case of fly rock, I know nobody wants to talk about it, but it happens, and all different kinds of reasons. How would you, on a 201 acre site, how would you keep that fly rock from landing on neighboring properties and out in the Highway 101? Of course, it'd probably be quite a ways from Highway 101, but on your neighboring properties, even 300, if the buffer was 300 feet, I guess the buffer really had much to do with it, but how would you mitigate, and what would you have to say about that?
So by default, when you're doing a mining operation at this point, your blasts are all facing in toward the center of the pit. So if there is any kind of projection further than you would anticipate, it's going into the center of the property. It's not heading out in directions outside the property. Most issues you will find related to fly rock incidents that make news are more related to construction blasting, because it's a much more varied situation and rock changes and different reasons for that site. When you're in a self-contained and self-directed area, the mining process dictates that you're pushing rock in toward the center of it all the time. So as I'm sure you understand, I can't sit here and guarantee that it could never ever happen, but by following normal mining procedures and following the regulations, state and federal, that just following normal procedures that would happen in any mine like this, and having proper permitting and proper licensed blasters, you're not going to be in a situation where anything would be expelled outside the mine boundaries.
Yeah, but initially, when you remove the overburden, you're going to be most likely doing most likely a flat area. You're going to be blasting that area, and you would you not have to drill and blast and initiate a lot of smaller shots?
Yeah.
And so there's going to be a good bit of blasting just to get the thing developed and get it started. In the initial phase of it, there's going to be quite a bit of blasting, sounds like. I mean, it would have to be. And then after, you get a pit developed, maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks, I could see that. But initially, to get the pit developed, you're going to have to do quite a bit of blasting, and then be a number of smaller shots. Is that correct?
That is correct. Ben mentioned a little bit about that also. Yeah, in initial development, there would be smaller, more frequent blasting in order to prepare the pit area and get to where you can start doing normal level benches and normal mining procedures. During that period, that still would be required by the state regulation to have at least 6 feet of overburden or dirt on top of the blast when they shoot, to help cushion and hold everything like that. And blasters, if there was any other concern, they'd put mats on top of that to contain it. But you would also be starting in that process near the middle area of the mining site as you develop outward, so you'd still be at your furthest points from any off-site structures. So again, no guarantees, but I've been on thousands of blast sites and blast pretty routinely. We blast within 15 feet of the CDC for projects. I mean, any blasting can be done safely and effectively. So in my experience, at a site like this, there's basically no risk of anything being able to be ejected off the property of the mine.
Yes. Fly rock can happen, though it's unpredictable, and most of the time it does stay on the site, because they're 400 or 500 acre sites, but we're on a 200 acre site here, and that is concerning. Vulcan and other quarries have fly rock cases. Actually, the past safety director for Vulcan, as all the way through the end of last year, is actually a friend of mine, and so he stated that they have cases of it, but most of the time it stays on site. So it's concerning to me that with such a small site, 201 acres, Is it possible that fly rock could fly off the site onto other properties?
Certainly understand your concern, and I would only add, as Bennett talked about earlier, the karst topography lends itself to much more issues with potential fly rot because existing voids and whatnot in rock, and the rock material in this site is a dense igneous rock, and basically you don't have the same potential. I've been in places before too, several with limestone where you're using a pump product and there's a void down there, you know, and it's not as well controlled. These are.
I'm sure these guys will be able to tell you, but the distance from a structure to the corner of the pit was approximately 750 feet. Yeah. Did it show that on the? It did. Yeah. All right.
I don't know if it's just the property line. Oh, that's easy to ask.
Very good.
Is that the pit top contour?
That's the approximate boundary of the pit.
What is the closest distance that you have from the pit to the pipeline? What are you showing?
Pipeline, it's actually not shown on there. We had it measured out. It's where, you can see the word pipeline. I just don't have a measurement on there. I measured it the other day. It was right about 1,400 feet.
Okay, and then my
And that's the
understanding,
closest possible. Obviously, that's from the closest corner of the pit to the pipeline.
okay, because my understanding from them, having discussions with them last week, y'all haven't contacted them. They weren't familiar with your project until I contacted them.
Well, and some of that is along the permitting process. This is the first step of any kind of development like this, as these people can explain a little bit better than me. And my understanding is that there has been some contact with some people at Colonial. I don't know if it's the same. Colonial is a very large company, so I'm not sure who made it.
And
Yeah,
their engineering department.
Yeah, so we've spoken to a contact at their corporate office, and we've submitted to them all of our blasting parameters and estimates.
That was the conversation I had last week with them, that their engineering department, that they had not been contacted, and
So we didn't speak to them.
let me ask staff, have we received anything from the pipeline?
I received a phone call from their corporate counsel yesterday afternoon. They said that they have not received any official proposals. They've not reviewed any official proposals, and at the present time, they've not taken a position.
Okay.
And that's what he wanted me to convey to the commission today.
Hey, Mr. Leggett, just to be clear, I'll be happy to show you the email correspondence. We've been in touch with their corporate office, and we have sent them information to review.
At what point, traditionally, in any of your experiences with other quarries or any other pipelines and blasting, you know, when do pipeline owners see that? At what permitting process to where they would actually give you feedback?
So for a project like this, actually, we would be outside of any range where we'd be required to notify them. It's more of a courtesy process at this point.
What regulations is that under? Like where?
I'd have to get, I honestly don't know that off the top of my head. They would be related to the utility, the pipeline commission's notifications. But we know that their limits are typically 2 inches per second on a gas pipeline. I've worked on gas pipelines directly blasting within 10 feet of these pipelines, and
yeah, it's
certainly it's something that actually goes on every day. Reason for people to make sure everything, you know, T is crossed and every I is dotted, make sure everything's proper. But at this distance, there's basically little or no concern related to the gas pipeline, because gas pipeline is buried in the ground and it is far more stable than above ground structures, and we're designing blast vibration levels to remain below levels that are safe on residential structures, which are actually, you know, more susceptible to vibration damage.
That southeastern corner of the pit, how far is it perpendicular to the pipeline?
It's about 1,400 feet. I measured the other day on Google Earth.
And then, Mr. Baker, earlier you had stated about the wells that you would be willing to cooperate or work with adjoining property owners. How many adjacent property owners are there on your boundary? And is that what you mean?
Yeah, so I think that they're highlighted on this map. Is that accurate? I mean, I think they're the ones that show up on this map. I mean, we would consider if you're across the street adjoining, and so I would say that anyone that we send a zoning notification letter to would be considered adjoining, and so anyone that would fall on that list.
And do you guys own any adjoining properties to this parcel?
Technically, no, okay, no.
Not under this entity?
No, I think.
Do either the two owners or owner groups own any additional properties adjacent or contiguous to this property?
Is there 14 acres in Carroll County? Yeah, 14 acres in Carroll County that touch. That's what I thought. Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, sir. Would you do me a favor and state your name?
And I'll write it down too, sir.
Thank you.
One of the concerns with this pipeline is, and I'm sure as pipeline's concerned, is that thing, one of the pipelines was laid in, I think, 1962, and the second one was laid in 1972, so the first one's over 60 years old, and it supplies all the way to New York. So it's a major pipeline, and any disruption that would cause to it would be not only a problem for us and to mitigate here in Paulding County, but it would affect people all along the country on the East Coast.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, I've done a good number of pipeline projects. We did one from Oklahoma up into Illinois one time, all across the whole state of Missouri. I mean, these things are everywhere, and they are an important part of our infrastructure, and we were certainly going to do whatever they would require us to do to make sure we don't have any impact on that. I just know from my personal experience that at 1,400 feet away, the type of blasting they're doing and the type of pipeline it is, there's minimal concern related to that, because as you say, the age of the pipelines, most of the pipelines that I've worked on where they are installing new pipelines to increase capacity, they're blasting the pipelines that were initially built around those same time periods.
Can I make one more comment to that too, Mr. Leggett, our chairman? The condition 11 that we said that we would agree to, that Chris and staff had suggested, was owner developer agrees to coordinate with Colonial Pipeline prior to any plan approval through the Paulding County review plan process. So that's a condition that we're willing to accept.
Okay.
I think at this point, again, I would remind the Planning Commission that the applicant still has 25 minutes to come back before us for any rebuttals or additional questions that we may have, because the questions we've been giving are not counted against their time. So trying to keep that in mind. Mr. Baker, I assume you're still wanting to reserve that time?
Yes, sir, we would.
So I'm going to ask you to go ahead and take your seat at this moment, and I want to then ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak on behalf of this application, as that is a formality that I adhere to? Hearing none at this point, I will ask now, is there, can you do what? As long as you go back on the clock, you can.
This can count against our time. Yeah, we do, so it's okay. We do have some additional people that would be a part of our rebuttal to speak, so they can still keep, new people can come later still, correct?
Yes, that's your
Okay,
time.
just making sure. Yes, sir, thank you.
So at this time, I'm going to ask if there is anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition or may have questions, comments, or concerns, to please come forward, sign in, state your name, address your comments to the chair. Again, questions from the Planning Commission will not count against your time, but I will be keeping the clock. It's a aerial. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patrick Dodson. and I represent Neil Borders and Wendell Purvis, the two opponents that are listed in my presentation, as well as the statement of opposition that I provided.
Your last name again?
Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N, and I'm with the law firm of Jacoma, Roberts, and Dodrell. Our address is 950 East Paces Ferry Road, Suite 2450, Atlanta. From an initial perspective, while I represent these two identified opponents, there are a significant number of opponents to these two applications. They are mainly wearing red, and I would ask everyone that's in opposition to these two applications to please stand if you would. Now, I would also like to remind the commissioners that there are overflow rooms with more people wearing red that are opposing these two applications, and they oppose them for very good reasons. Some of those, you may be, yes, thank you. We have over 3,500 signatures of property owners and tenants that have signed petitions in opposition to the application to rezone from R2 low density, a low density residential district, to I2, a heavy industrial district. And this map that you are being shown here, and I have some just for each one of you by way of example. These highlighted properties are owned by or have tenants that have signed petitions in opposition. And what you will note is that all of these properties surround the applicant's property. Now, we have heard for 5 minutes of presentation time and approximately 25 minutes of explanation time in responding to questions from these commissioners. And what you heard was 30 minutes of their operation, of their heavy industrial operation. What you did not hear, and what you will hear from me, is why this is impermissible to rezone this property, why it's impermissible to grant this applicant a special use permit from a zoning perspective and from the perspective of issuance of a special use permit. And you are well aware of the zoning factors that have to be considered by you and by the Board of Commissioners for this county. You're also well aware of the factors and considerations that have to be made in order to evaluate whether to award the applicant a special use permit. And again, you just heard 30 minutes of their industrial activities. They're going to blast, they're going to drill, they're going to scrape, they're going to dig a huge hole, and they're going to have rock crushers, they're going to have front-end loaders, excavators, they're going to have mobile crushers. That's the first I've heard of this. As far as I know, there's not been a formal mining plan submitted. Now, I will acknowledge that that's not required at this stage, but this commission is asking some very technical questions of a potential mine operator who is now saying that the site plan that they've provided, where they have a rock crusher, a processing area identified on their site plan, that, well, no, actually the mining expert says, well, the main crusher will be in the pit. Well, that's not evident on this site plan. And I just want to, before I really jump headlong into my presentation, I want to address a few things. Talking about well water and the effects of a quarry on well water. I'm not an expert. I'm not a geotechnical expert. I'm an attorney. I'm a land use attorney. And what we know, though, and what they don't know, the applicant, is there are 58 wells in a half-mile radius of this proposed mine. I believe that the mining experts will say that dewatering can lower the water table, can affect these wells. There are 58 of these wells. Secondly, and if you had a chance to review my statement in opposition, there is in fact a blue line stream noted on geological, United States geological reports running through the middle of this quarry. It's not identified here. It's not disclosed here. I'm not sure what environmental study was done by the applicant, but we too have an environmental expert that will be providing us a report. I have identified the location of this stream in our statement in opposition. There are photographs that my client took of the stream, and in fact, there is a preliminary plat that was approved by various departments in this county in 2007, wherein the stream going through the middle of this quarry was identified and accounted for. It was accounted for by the surveyor. There were buffers that were included on that plat, which we have also submitted in our statement in opposition. I'd also like to address that, and I'm not aware, I haven't seen a revised site plan. I think there is a revised site plan, but based upon this site plan that was, and my expert, my geotechnical expert has highlighted this just for illustrative purposes, but the stream that runs along the southeastern side of the property and along the proposed quarry site, I believe that this site reflects that their own land disturbance will encroach upon their own outlined buffers. I think that these are issues that warrant further investigation by not only the applicant but by the county. But let me move forward. Also heard questions about the distance of the edge of the pit to my client's property. My client's property is the property that's highlighted in yellow. You will note that there is no berm on that side of that would potentially protect their property. It ends as denoted on this site plan. The edge of the pit to my client's property is 800 feet. The edge of the property line to my client's back porch is about 400 feet. They will be looking square down the scope of a industrial mining quarry. And I need to go back. I was remiss to acknowledge several elected officials that are here from other counties and other cities, and we do appreciate their attendance at today's meeting. We appreciate the show of solidarity. I would like to note for the board or the Planning Commission that Carroll County has voted and resolved, and they are in opposition of this proposal. The city of Villa Rica is in opposition to this proposal, and the city of Temple actually today sent me correspondence that they are also in opposition to this quarry. Now, just so we can start from the beginning, because I'm going to cover the zoning factors. Now, county staff has already advised the Planning Commission and advised the board in their staff report that they are recommending denial of not only the rezoning but also the special use permit. Frankly, the denial of the rezoning, a denial of the rezoning application by the County Board of Commissioners will end the argument about entitlement to a special use permit, because you can't have a special use permit for mining operations in an R2 district. There's only 3 types of uses that can be granted a special use permit in residential and R2 zoning, and this is not one of those. As you know, the mining operator, the property owner, is seeking to rezone this property from suburban residential district to I-2 heavy industrial district while contemporaneously seeking the special use permit to operate a quarry operation. And my clients, just for the record, own the property located at 1075 Bud Cole Road, which is on the northwestern corner of the quarry property. Here is another illustration. You'll see the property highlighted here in blue. That is my client's property. The lower property is the land owned by North Georgia Land Holdings, LLC. Again, the site plan, which I've already discussed. Now, I'm not going to attempt to tell you how the applicant is going to operate his business, but this is a heavy industrial use, which will include removal of overburden, significant amount of overburden. They will use blasting, excavating to remove the overburden. They have admitted they will be using dewatering techniques of the excavation site and of the work area so that they can mine the granite. They will do blasting. They will do it at least once a week. They are going to bring in, I guess I heard, a contract blaster who will be, I'm sure there's regulations about the transportation of blasting equipment and explosives, but they will be trucking in explosives in order to conduct their blasting operations. They will operate heavy equipment throughout the site daily. While they have agreed upon normal business hours, they are adding the caveat that we may operate after hours or on the weekends or on the holidays or on Christmas or on New Year's as the need is there, whether by contract or other arrangements. But suffice it to say that that is a possibility enough that they have put it in their application. They will conduct crushing and grinding operations of the stone materials. This does, I think, it goes without saying, it produces fine dust, fine silica that gets in the air, it gets in the water, it gets in the groundwater. There is simply no way to ensure that those types of issues don't occur. It happens at every mine site. And one of the commissioners addressed that very fact in his questioning of the applicant. They will be, and all of this, they've said that they're going to have mobile crushers, they're going to have mobile conveyors. This is, again, heavy industrial activity. And they will be, we didn't hear from their traffic engineer, transportation engineer. Actually, my firm has retained him on a time or two, but there's additional traffic that's involved. There's going to be approximately 200 additional trips for trucks only, and those will be loaded out, 20 plus tons of rock on each load. They said today that they were going to have a gravel entrance and exit. I wasn't aware of that. I didn't see that in any of the application documents, but even more dust and silica that would affect the environment and the surrounding property owners now. And I don't want to spend a lot of time getting legal, but I'm an attorney and that's what I do. In this particular case, if the county in their wisdom grants this rezoning application, it would be the very definition of spot zoning. Spot zoning has been determined to be illegal and unconstitutional in the state of Georgia for many, many years. Spot zoning, as you know, is the singling out of a parcel of land for a use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of one owner of such property and to the detriment of the other owners. The only person that benefits from this rezoning is the owner of that property, the applicant's property, or the operator of that mine. There is a singular focus that this applicant has. It is on increased economic gain for itself. There was no even expression or concern expressed today by the applicant for the health and safety of the surrounding neighbors in this community. Not a single word was spoken about that. Every question about fly rock, every question about additional transportation, every question about fencing the site was about the mine operation. Literally, the response was, we can't fence the mine because we've got to have trucks operate, we've got to move equipment. We blast, and they all but said that, no, we're not going to have any fly rock. One of the commissioners asked about fly rock, saying, well, when you start removing the overburden, you are not going to have the controls of placing the blasting or in such a way that it blasts inwardly. There are studies, numerous studies across the country and across the world that talk about fly rock is not a controllable issue, because 95% of fly rock incidents are unexplainable because you don't know exactly how the rock's going to behave, period. But again, talking about this is all to the benefit of one owner. This doesn't benefit the community. His property is zoned R2. It's not zoned, there's not even transitional property in this area. Now, the courts have held that it's unreasonable and discriminatory to spot zone property as in this situation. The only way that the spot zoning, or the only way, in my opinion, that this property could be validly rezoned to an I2 zoning designation is if the county's comp plan permits it. You know, I know, and the Board of Commissioners know that I2 is not permitted in the conservation character area of this county. The only zoning classifications that are permitted or that comply, let me use that word, with the conservation character area with the comp plan that was adopted by this county in 2022 are A1, ER, R1, R2, and agricultural business. Those are the only that's the only classifications. So now, from a strictly zoning perspective, there are 6 factors that this commission, that planning staff and the Board of Commissioners have to address when evaluating a rezoning. The first factor is the existing land use and zoning classification of nearby property. This is the county's own map. Every bit of property surrounding this site is either A1 or R2. There's no industrial property, light or heavy. There's no commercial property. And in fact, this is why the county's comp plan is written the way it is, because this is agricultural and low density residential area. It's not meant to be heavy industrial. It never was and never will be meant for that. But more specifically, to the north of the proposed site, the zoning is R2. My client's property is zoned R2. There's also A1. To the east, the adjacent property is R2 and A1. To the west, the properties are R2 and A1. And to the south is R2 and R4, I believe, for Carroll County. All of the adjacent properties in this area are R2 or A1. This is a fact that cannot be disputed by the property owner. This is a fact that has not even been addressed by the property owner. It's nowhere to be found. They just say, we want to do a quarry, there's granite there, let us do it.
While you have a pause there, just in keeping in mind the time, you have about 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you. The next consideration, whether the zoning proposal will permit a use suitable in view of the use and development of adjacent property and nearby owners. Here again, all of the zoning in this area is R2 or A1. I'm going to quote staff. It is staff's opinion that the applicant's rezoning proposal will not permit a use that's suitable. in view of the use and development of adjacent properties. Adjacent properties proposed quarry site consist of single-family and agricultural land uses. Third, the adverse effect on the existing use or usability of adjacent properties. The quarrying of this property will necessarily cause erosion and sedimentation problems, dewatering and induced settlement, undesirable surface pond water, and health issues. There are blasting concerns. There are particulate matter concerns. My statement opposition cites various articles, health articles about exposure to quarry dust and the like. We've also referenced various mine safety reports, one specifically that says that these fly rock incidences are just unexplainable. And you can't ensure 100% they're not going to happen. And so clearly the use that's proposed will adversely affect the usability of the adjacent property owners. That's a fact that was also confirmed by staff. Section D, the excessive or burdensome use of existing streets, transportation facilities, utilities, or schools. Here again, there are 218 additional trips on the roads that will result from this proposed use. 180 trips, I was wrong, I said 200 earlier. 180 trips will be from rock trucks, 20 to 22 tons. The county, here again, county staff said that the applicant's proposal may result in a use that would cause excessive or burdensome use of the streets, transportation facilities, etc. Here again, that's a thumbs down for zoning right there. So that's 4 factors, 4 of the 6 factors weigh against the applicant. Whether the proposed use is supported by new or changing conditions not anticipated by the comp plan or reflected in the existing zoning of the property or surrounding properties. I sound like a broken record, but the fact is all of this property surrounding this site is R2 or A1. The applicant's property is R2. And there are the applicant has presented nothing other than an economic argument as to what changing conditions there are that would permit this in light of the comp plan. And number 6, as I have already mentioned, is this use is not even consistent with the comp plan. The comp plan provides that in the conservation character area, it is basically defined by large minimum lot size requirements to limit development density and protect environmental resources, farmland, and the rural character. It's a conservation area. It's not a heavy industrial area, period. Also, and this is in the comp plan, this character area is for the preservation of environmentally sensitive areas by setting them aside, not by rezoning property for a heavy industrial use. Here again, this is the county's own comp plan. The property is visible in the bottom corner. It's clearly in the conservation character area. Conclusions to be drawn from the analysis of the zoning factors. The rezoning application must be denied in its entirety. This was confirmed by county staff in their report. They are recommending denial of the rezoning from R2 to I2, which is a heavy industrial use. To grant such a rezoning would be an unconstitutional use of the county zoning power, and it would be a perfect example of illegal spot zoning. Now, I had was going to discuss with the commission the factors required for the analysis of the special use permit, and I'm going to just be brief because there are some other people that would like to speak, and I want to be considerate of their time as well. But there are 14 factors to be considered for a special use permit. County staff have determined that 7 of those factors weigh against granting a special use permit. Those are factors 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 11. They cited 11 twice, but it's 11, and 12. We would assert that factors 3, nuisance, 6, intensity of use is not appropriate, 8 hours of operation, 10 adequate landscape plans. I haven't seen a landscape plan. They said they want to landscape the front, but it sounds like the site plan is still developing, and 14 adequate traffic routes. But we certainly have arguments as to each one of those, but this rezoning should not be granted. The special use should not be granted. The entire area is residential, low-density residential and agricultural. I want to thank you for your time, and there are a few others that would like to speak, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. If there's anybody else that would wish to speak, you need to come around to the lectern, sign in, state your name, and address your comments to the chair. There's 5 minutes remaining. Please be mindful of those behind you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be quick. I'm Tim Bearden. I'm the state senator for District 30, which covers parts of Paulding County, Douglas County, Carroll County, and all of Haralson County. I hope you received my letter that we wrote back on July 9th of 2024 in opposition to this project. It was signed by myself, State Senator Ivan Tarte, Representative Tyler Paul Smith, and Representative Jay Collins. The reasons in the letter, I'm not going to go one by one, but I'll be brief. Number one, safety due to Highway 101. Environmental due to Legion Lake and the waters going to Legion Lake in Carroll County. And 3, we do have a pipeline, Colonial Pipeline, that runs close to this property. I know Mr. Assen spoke about Fly Rock. I was a police officer in Douglasville when we were building Arbor Place Mall. Totally different blasting, totally different construction, but one miscue caused rock to go into houses and into cars, and one miscue here that disrupts that pipeline. It's not a local issue, it's a southeast all the way up to New York issue, like Mr. Leggett stated. The other big thing, if this project is approved, the citizens' quality of life will be greatly changed, and the ability to sell their homes in the future, I believe, will be suppressed. They live in an area that they do not expect a rock quarry to be requested. We, the delegation that represents these counties, we support industrial, we support commerce and commercial development in the right areas, and this, we felt, was not the right place, mainly for the quality of life that's going to affect the citizens that live in this area right now. And so I'll be brief. In full transparency, the applicant's legal did reach out to my office twice. I did not return their phone calls. I did not think, unless anything other than a withdrawal of the application, there was really nothing to speak about, because we stand fully behind our citizens here in Paulding County and Carroll County that may be affected by this project. So thank you so much for allowing us to speak and for your consideration on this project. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I have 3 minutes remaining.
3, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I don't need that much. My name is Jim Tully. I'm going to stand today and represent the 3,400 petitioners that signed to oppose this rock quarry. The citizens of Paulding County, I am a citizen of Paulding County, the citizens here understand and live with every day the massive amount of growth that has come to our front doors, back doors, porches. It's everywhere around us. There are desirable business and there's undesirable business. This particular business brings nothing to our county. It doesn't provide any measurable jobs. It provides a disruption to A1, R2, that what the citizens are going to call rural residential. It provides a massive blight on that community. I would venture to say that the buffer now is some 500 yards. I live about 3 miles from East Paulding High School and can hear the band clear as day on Friday night. In past meetings, we have heard the rock quarry people talk about the silica as negligible. I'm wondering where this wastewater, what kind of concentration that's going to have back into the waterways of silica dust. That the blasting will be nothing outside of a front door slam. If you are part of social media in this county, sometimes social media lights up with what in the wild, wild west was that explosion. We hear it from all over the county with the existing blasting we have here. I will end with what I've heard here today with some comments about endangered species. The most important endangered species we have in this county are the residents of that area, and I would say that they will be instantaneously displaced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have 1 minute remaining.
You said 1 minute?
Yes, sir.
Hello. 1 minute?
1 minute.
Sign in.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Okay, well, I have to make this short and sweet. I'm a resident.
Before you start.
I'm Lawrence Miller.
Just
Hang on 1 second. This is not against your time. How many additional people do we have wanting to speak? Can you raise your hand?
Is there anyone else wishing to speak?
Are you, two of you, you and one more?
So I got,
What about outside?
do I have 20 seconds?
No, it's this doesn't count against your time. I'm looking to extend your time.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Soak up my anxiety going on a little bit.
Hang on a second.
Tell me when I can start.
Is someone checking in the other room?
They are.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we have three total. Can I make a motion to extend time for both parties by 15 minutes?
15?
Second.
Have a motion to extend time by 15 minutes for both sides made by Mr. Steele. I have a second from Mr. Leggett. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0-1. Now, if you would begin, again, start with your name.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Lawrence Miller. I'm a resident of unincorporated Paulding County, Post 2, and I live in Georgian Park off of Bully Bullock Road. I've spoken to Chris Robinson via email a few times in reference to current concerns about rock quarries in Post 2. I've talked about the damages on my property with documented pictures, and the noise level, which people have called in to the sheriff department, the marshal's department, and emailed our commissioners. But one thing that we failed to realize until recently, that under our Fifth Amendment with the United States Constitution, the Fifth Amendment intentionally protects against governmental actions that unreasonably interfere with the use and enjoyment of private property by continually to support or even having a third rock quarry that's not even in here in our community as of yet. The future approval of another third rock quarry, the noise ordinance will make a difference in blasting rock, and it will support that the county is failing to support our constitutional rights with this noise. The current operational quarries have proved that the Fifth Amendment's constitutional rights have been violated by checking with if you check with the Marshal's Department, the Sheriff Department, the State of Georgia Insurance Commissioner, and even the commissioners. We know that currently the insurance commissioner is so concerned about our complaints that they've activated a blasting advisory committee at the state level, which they're going to be able to advise on what's good and what's not good, and what's working and what's not working for for quarry operations. So we just hoping that you guys understand our concerns, especially knowing what the current quarries have done to the noise have done to us, and what's going to allow, if you allow another one to come, knowing what has done to the ones that's the people and the residents in the current areas, that we just ask that you really consider all the information you receive via email, via the marshal's office, via the sheriff's office, and your emails, that another quarry is going to just give you guys and these agencies more and more complaints that their noise has been, their comfort has been infringed against their constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Sign in, state your name, and address your comments to the chair.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Hodges. I live on the corner of Rainy Road and 101. My husband and I bought this property back in 2018 to build our dream home, raise our children, be buried on our property, and leave it to our children and their children. This quarry comes in, we're going to have to sell our property. My daughter has severe asthma, my husband does, and I know it affects it. So I'm just asking you, please deny this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a beautiful home. I watched your home being built as it was being built.
We just opened a business, 101 Electrical and Mechanical, and we're going to build our shop there. So, well, I mean, in our community. Thank you. Correct.
Hi, my name is Amanda Fry. My husband and I are lifetime residents of Paulding County. We, 2 years ago, bought a farm 1,000 yards from where this proposed quarry is. We now have a rescue ranch. I have a 29-year-old horse and two 25-year-old horses and several other animals. They're very sensitive to those vibrations and the dust in the air. We also have 14 acres of pasture that we do the hay and donate that to other people in the area. The silica dust is a real concern. It's a big concern. And so we've got 2 streams that run through our property, along with a pond. That's going to affect all of our animals, not just my home and the pool that we recently built. You know, like I said, we're 1,000 yards, or 1,000 feet rather, from where they're proposing to do this blasting on Rainy Road. And we just really, really, really hope that you guys choose to deny this. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ray Perrin, a lifelong resident of Carroll County, Paulding County, right on the county line. In fact, our property is the county that's just contiguous to this site on the south side. Part of it's in Paulding County, the rest of it's over in Carroll County. The owners of the property said that they have experts here with a combined 250 years experience. In this room, we probably have 1,800 years of experience, collective experience of people who've lived here, died here, paid taxes here, built this area to be what it is. I can't really add on to anything that our attorney said today because that makes such common sense. There's nothing, as you drive through this community, that makes you scratch your head and say, this should be heavy industrial. There's nothing out there that indicates that. You know, our families lived here 3, 4, 5, and 6 generations. You don't see a lot of property sales out here because people come and stay, just like Ms. Hodges said that they came to stay. We came to stay here. And we ask you to really consider that this motion should be denied. I know that a lot of people say that a good argument's not in my backyard, and I get all that, but this one happens to be in our backyard, so I think it is a good argument in our case. One of the things when we met on August 12th that was said was that this was good for economic development of Paulding County. I've been in economic development for the past 25 years. One of the speakers said that the number 5 reason for companies locating to a community was access to aggregate. Well, again, I've been in economic development for 25 years. Typically, the number 1 reason is workforce. Numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 are things such as transportation, schools, taxes, things of that nature, but I've never seen a rock quarry listed as a top 5 reason why someone would come to a community to do business. So again, I don't buy the argument that this is economic development. It's economic development for the owners, but it's not for the rest of us. So again, I would ask you to please consider denying this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Perry, I have one question for you. You've been in that area a long time. It's my understanding that 101 is the dividing line of the watersheds. East of 101 is, or in the Chattahoochee watershed, and my understanding west of 101 is the Big Tallapoosa watershed. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir, and it's somewhere right along 101. On the east side is the Chattahoochee, going into the Gulf that way. On the west side is the Tallapoosa Basin. In fact, this county line for years has been a division between soil and water conservation areas. On the north side was the Etowah, and on the south side was the Chattahoochee. So again, to your point, Roger, it does separate watersheds.
So the state of water basically that controls the state waters would have to be involved in some of the regulation of this also then?
Again, I don't know all the regulations, don't pretend to, but I would think that would need to be considered. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? If you would, please come around and line up. That way I can see clearly, except for the map.
Hi there. I'll be really quick. My name is Nick Polimis. I'm 28 years old. I just moved here with my fiance in April, so I'm right on Rating Road. And you know, I work in Buckhead, make that commute every day, as a lot of us do commute, and we do that for a reason, because we know about the beauty of living here. And you know, I can't thank everyone enough who, you know, is fighting for this. You know, I'm from New York, and I moved down here for work, and again, it's just to be able to live in a place like this is so special. It's why we make the commute every day. And the folks, I work in the sports agency, the folks who, they laugh at me when they know that I do an hour 20 commute, but then I show them pictures, and you know, then they understand. It's something that truly value, we all do. And you know, I'm extremely excited and honored to be a part of this community, and I believe in what it is and what it could continue to be. So, you know, a lot of points brought up that honestly are common sense, and if not for just that, it's a matter of common decency. You look at that map, and there's so many people who live around there that will be affected, and you know, we want to keep it the way it is. So please consider that, and thank you for everything.
Thank you. My name's David Turner. You know, I've heard a lot of arguments today against this, and nobody yet has brought up the fact that this thing is being built on a racetrack. That is one of the most dangerous stretches of 101 between Villa Rica and Rose's store that there is. I mean, literally. And that is the biggest blind spot on that road. If you're coming from Villa Rica in that direction, you cannot even see where the proposed entrance to that rock quarry is until you're there. You could not see the sign that was posted requesting that the rezoning be done until you were at the sign. I mean, you know, the loss of life that will incur from the dump trucks that are running in and out of this quarry all day and all night should seriously be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Debbie Reese, and I live on Pope Place in Paulding County. And I'm sorry, I get a little emotional. When we built our house 38 years ago, we did not even know there was a little rock quarry that the county operated way back when. But we found out as soon as it became commercial, we found out. We had fly rock hitting our cars going down the road. We had fly rock that actually went through Gene and Kathy Allen's house and went through their roof, through their ceiling, and embedded itself in their closet. I'm sorry, I still remember those days. They were terrifying because we had small children. They sold their house at much less than it was worth to move away from the area. Praise God, now that rock quarry is owned by Rambo Nursery. And it's a productive, I think, component of the county. But the rock quarry operated on commercial basis was not. And I appreciate it if y'all would vote against it and recommend against it. And I'm here to support these fellow Paulding Countyans that are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have exhausted the time that was extended. At this time, I will ask if the applicant would like to come back around. You do have time remaining and an additional 15 minutes to that. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll let you figure out.
Yeah, no, you're good from there. Well, we appreciate the opportunity to address some of the concerns that popped up. There's a lot that came up, and we do want to talk about a lot of it. If I'm being honest, I was a little caught off guard by some of it, and I'm glad that Senator Bearden mentioned that we did try to call his office. The last thing that we would ever want to do is tell someone how to do their job. Carroll County has written a letter to the Board of Commissioners telling them how to do their job, and we submitted a DRI application early in the process to Carroll County. Not one comment came back from Carroll County in the DRI process. The DRI process is a mechanism by which the state makes sure that municipalities interact together and communicate together, and not once did they make a comment to us in that meeting. And we had multiple meetings over and over again, and you can read the report with their comments back, and you can look and see if anything was said there. I did reach out to some of the state reps. They speak about their desire for jobs and for growth and things like that. And on our July the 8th meeting that we had with some of the residents, I asked them a question. We weren't really prepared to ask them questions, but just thinking about it, there's a lot of opposition that was there, and we said, raise your hand if you would support a statewide or national ban on any new rock quarry in America or in the state of Georgia. And one lady in her defense raised her hand and said, I'd be fine with 0 rock quarries anywhere ever again. And before I could ask my next question, they started to say, well, I see where you're going with this, but we would want to see at least a mile, and I heard someone say a 5-mile radius, and Mr. Bearden said, this is not the right place. Well, if this isn't the right place, then basically what we're saying is that there's nowhere in Carroll County or Paulding County, for that matter, that has a distance that's sufficient enough for a rock quarry. We can't control where, I'm sorry.
Okay. Time was given for opposition, and we're going to go through this in a respectful manner. So please, no outbursts or interruptions.
So a comment was made that this isn't the right place, and if the county or the state officials believe that they don't want any type of business like this, any mining operations in their county, there's no other place that does this. If you were to pick a spot to say, if I was a decision maker and had just free reign to say where would be a good spot to put a rock quarry, I would pause and go, I'd want it to impact the least amount of people possible. I would also say I'd want to put it on a state highway, check, so a truck route, it's a designated truck route for Paulding County. And the reality is rock is only where rock is. And so you can't just put rock anywhere. You can't put rock in an industrial part of the community and say, yeah, this is the industrial zone, this is where we're putting rock. That's just not how it works. And so I just wanted to at least address that. There were some questions that came up about the ability for people to be able to sell their homes. And so I want to ask our economic expert, Casey Conway, to come up to be able to speak about some of the economic impacts. Multiple people made comments about it. I think Tilly did. I might have said his last name incorrectly, but several people referenced that there was concern over the economic impact. It's just a few jobs. What does Paulding County get out of that? And so I'd like for Casey to come up and talk about that.
If you would, please sign in, and just for the record, state your full name.
I'll sign you in, yeah. And Charlie.
He's signing me in.
Is that fine?
What do you mean? So my name is Casey Conway, and so this is my service dog, Charlie Dog. I grew up in Colorado in the mountains and enjoy the outdoors, and just returned from there this morning. I'm going back there tonight, dealing with a case on transmission lines, and watching over. I'm 62. Everywhere that we have a nice area that was there 25, 50 years ago, growth has discovered us. Georgia is a growth market. Atlanta is a growth market. I think I understand and appreciate that. I come from that background. I also want to give the background that this is not theory. This economic analysis and property values is not theory to me. I've spent the last 35 years of my life raising my family and living in proximity to an active rock quarry, much bigger than what you'd be proposed here in Lilburn, Georgia. It's between Indian Trail and Beaver Ruin, and you would not know that it is active today. The way the truck traffic is handled, there's no fly rock, there's no asthma problems, none of that type stuff. The way rock quarries were designed and developed and operated 25, 50 plus years ago is not the way they can and operate today. So a lot of the reason you heard the property owners talk about with their experts, the operation aspects, is there isn't going to be fly rock. The way it works today when you do the overberth is you put mats over it. They're used truck tires that are cut up and they're pulled over it, so when they do a very controlled, more horizontal blast, it's not going up into the air and out in the atmosphere, it's controlled within matting until they get into the quarry. So this is part of I think the thing to get out here. It's important to hear concerns and anxiety, but to separate fact from fiction. And fly rock is not something that occurs in rock quarries today that are modern and developed today. I've studied and analyzed just about every rock quarry from Lamar County, Butts County, Henry County, all the way into Forsyth and Cobb County, and looked at all these issues in newly permitted operational quarries. And we don't have the fly rock issue. The other thing is, if the asthma issue, the air quality, and the silica is so bad, why are we seeing hospitals in airports like Berry Hill or Northside or Northeast hospitals built after a quarry is permitted in proximity to the quarry? Because they do very extensive air quality measuring and do not find that you have this dust type issue. The quarries, when they're doing the crushing and all, they're all wet. You can hear from the engineers. It's not a dry thing where dust is just blowing up in the air. The operators have suggested here today, which was new to me, that they'd even pave the roadway into there to make sure that even on the truck traffic there's not there. So I want the audience to understand this isn't theory. I've lived and raised my family in proximity to a rock quarry, and Lilburn was a little bitty town 35 years ago. And today it's like a Lawrenceville or a bigger community today. So that's one thing. The second thing is there is an economic reason and a real reason. You've heard comments about you came out here, the quality of life, the rural area, and now you're dealing with just massive congestion.
You would
Trying
direct your
to commute.
comments to me, please.
Okay, trying to commute to, to Bucket and whatnot. The problem is, your county, just like other smaller counties around Atlanta, are permitting residential subdivisions as quickly as cotton candy is produced at a county fair. And those subdivisions do not pay their way. The cost of service when you develop a new subdivision is more than the property taxes they'll generate. The typical ratio, a good one, is that you will come out of pocket 110 to 120% of the of what you collect in property taxes. The best examples are Gwinnett and Cobb County. They've done the best in terms of diversifying other commercial uses and economic activity to get that ratio reduced. And now they're seeing the reverse happen with the closure of malls. So you need something, you need other economic activity to offset and supplement the fact that all of these subdivisions and all these people that want to move out here into your community, that you're going to have more costs in schools, fire, police, road safety, utilities, all of that type stuff. The houses don't pay their way in the property taxes, so you have to supplement it. So what a rock quarry does is all of the services, all of the monitoring is at a state or federal level. You have nothing that you're going to be coming out of pocket to do. You're using state road, you're using state agencies, you're using federal agencies. The monitoring on these things is incredible. So the revenue you generate from a thing like this rock quarry is net into your pocket to help offset the growth that you're seeing in all of these residential subdivisions. So let's put some numbers behind that. So this is a relatively small quarry, 200 acres. I deal with more typically 400 up to 1,000 acre type quarries that are much more efficient. They can generate a lot more revenue. The numbers that I ran through, you'd look in sales taxes at 400,000 tons a year over the first 30 years, so forget the 100 years, let's just look at 25, 30 years, you're looking at least $20 million of net revenue to the county that doesn't include property and equipment taxes, which run about another $100,000 a year. So it has a real economic impact that's money in your pocket to fix roads, to fix quality of life things, to add signals or whatnot to the area. So this does have a very significant economic impact. You want to talk about a negative impact. Deny the zoning here, and the property owners will have no really other alternative but to go come in and ask for to develop 150 to 160 unit subdivision. If the opposition wants to see more traffic congestion, forget the 200 traffic movements a day from a rock quarry, which are half the employees coming in and leaving during the day, so not a lot of trucks, and move that to over 1,000 a day. And that's not with the Amazon trucks and the FedEx trucks and the trash trucks and all of that going in there. So for the property owners that are concerned right now about what this rock quarry would do, consider the impact of 150 to 160 unit residential subdivision on this property, because that's the reality that will probably come before you on a denial here. The other thing is, in the Georgia, the opposition's legal counsel talked about all kinds of constitutional things. There's another one in Georgia known as highest and best use. And when you look at zoning in the Georgia Constitution, you cannot deny, it's unconstitutional, to deny a property owner a use that is consistent with its highest and best use. And given the rock and given the topography and the resources here, the highest and best use of this property is to tap and mine the aggregate reserves there. And so I was involved in a case down in Butts County where the same issue developed, and everybody stopped the quarry, went all the way to the Georgia State Supreme Court, and the ruling came down that the highest and best use was rock quarry and aggregate mining. So it'll go on for years, but you're not going to stop the growth. So the question is, the challenge that you have is balancing how do I service and understand the needs of our citizenry along with your fiscal responsibilities? Because your fiscal responsibilities are growing, and this is a use that is helpful on that side. The other thing is all of the separation of perception versus reality, the things about fly rock. I just explained, you have the engineers here talk about the matting that they do when they're doing the blasting. It doesn't happen. Yes, that happened 25, 50 years ago. It doesn't happen today. The regulation and oversight, you put up the chart, on all of the agencies that are involved in crawling all over this are absolutely incredible. So the third thing then is, someone said it's absolutely absurd, I'm in an economic development, and I've never heard of aggregate reserves being a top consideration for site selection or economic development. I worked in some of the largest site selection analyses and decisions that have come here to Georgia, in Alabama and the Carolinas in terms of VinFast, Rivian, Toyota, SK Batteries, Kia, and Hyundai. Every single one of them, when they relocate a plant into a location here in the southeast, they want to know that's not one plant. It's probably 3 or 4 more, because they have all the vendors that come and suppliers that come in. They want to know that the primary construction material aggregates are there to improve the infrastructure, build a factory, and be there for the vendors that they want to come there in all the supply type warehouses. So if you don't have it, you don't make that check mark. And I deal with every single one of them. So my comments on this being a top economic site selection criteria comes from the analysis of probably the appraiser and the economist that's done more site selection analysis for these companies that are looking at where do I go in the United States or the Southeast. So that's where it comes from, and it's very real. So if you don't have that reserve, and it's only economical to move that aggregate within a 50-mile radius. So if you don't have it within a 50-mile radius, you don't service things like Hartsville Airport. You don't service all the activities along I-20 road along there. So those are some things. The last one I want to talk about is property values. So a lot of concern that rock quarries are going to destroy property values. So I've studied, and we've not done these phony regression hedonic models where I can leave control variables out, like the property went down in value because it backed up to a highway or some other use. I do paired sales analysis where we look within 1 mile of the quarry and then 3 to 5 miles out, and we look at the same vintage house, the same floor plan, all the same features, the same age, and we look at what happened to those prices over time in proximity to the quarry. And we can't find more than a 2 to 3% difference in value. That level of difference accounts for just the difference in the condition of the home, one that was upgraded or one that wasn't upgraded. And so I'll give you as a good example. If you look at Eagle Landing down in Henry County, it was developed, Eagles Landing, it became the top residential selling community in metro Atlanta while the quarry was operating. And it was high end, it was medium, and it was low end. We found the same experience in Fayette County, we found it in Cobb County, all of these areas. So we don't find, because what residents realize after a year is that all these fears about everybody's going to develop asthma, rocks are going to be hitting my cars and going through my roof, it just doesn't happen. And so I've studied all of these. I've looked at all the studies that are out there from 25 to 30 years ago. I do them also with transmission lines. I also did the impact study for Georgia 400 when it was extended from 285 down through Buckhead. And everybody was afraid that's the end of Buckhead. Even the governor's going to have to sell his mansion. Didn't happen. They all went up in value. The Colonial Pipeline was mentioned. So you look at other infrastructure as an economic impact. Colonial Pipeline, these folks will not be able to proceed without Colonial Pipeline's approval, commitment, and standards. I was involved at Legacy Southwest Bank in the approval and the development of Atlantic Station. They're in the connector and everything else. The Colonial Pipeline goes right through Midtown and Buckhead. All kinds of blasting, high rises and whatnot, all coordinated. We coordinate everything with Colonial Pipeline. It just doesn't happen. They're within 100 yards of blasting. And like the engineer said, when you're in the ground, the pipeline is less affected than if you're doing above ground, like a house. So this concern about we're going to destroy the country, we're going to blow up Colonial Pipeline, that's not fact. It's fiction. And if you look at all the blasting and all of Colonial, to give you an inventory, because I've done it, of all the projects in the proximity to blasting, you will be shocked that this does not impact it at all. And they can't proceed forward without their approval. So if anything were to go wrong, it's on Colonial Pipeline giving the approval. So anyway, I've studied all those. We don't find an impact on property values. You need a fiscal balance in this county if you're going to deal with the residential growth. And those that are concerned about the traffic and the congestion, turn this down that's going to have 200 maybe movements a day and very well controlled and managed to over 1,000 plus in 150 to 160 unit subdivision across the street. So I come from it from a genuine nature. I've been on the blast sites. Every one of these quarries I've been on within 250 to 500 feet of a blast. They're not every week. They're that initially, but they get down to a couple of times a month. They're a few seconds. It's a horizontal blast. So I appreciate all the concerns that are raised, but it's your job to separate the fact from the fiction. And the facts just
don't rise to the fiction that develops when every one of these quarries that I get involved with. So I'll stop there.
Any questions there?
We'll do the questions
Sure.
at the end of your
Yes,
presentation.
sir. So the attorney, he brought up a good point. You know, we didn't talk about the comprehensive plan, and we weren't ready to talk about it. We wanted them to be able to go first, and so we're ready to talk about it. So the zoning staff recommendation that the staff put out, one of the points was, will not permit a use that is suitable in view of the use and development of the adjacent property. We would say, what is a suitable use? You know, like Casey just said, more neighborhoods, more development. The county makes it crystal clear in their comp plan that they want business development and not more residential homes. Crystal clear in the comp plan. Will have an adverse effect on the usability of the adjacent or nearby property. The experts have spoken at length on that. Casey even just talked about number 3, may result in a use that would cause excessive or burdensome use of existing streets, transportation facilities, utilities, and other public services. There really are no other public services. Really, the water is a revenue source to the county. It's no burden on anything else. It's all the other stuff that's state-related. Traffic counts estimated for a neighborhood that was shown on the plan that they had referenced was for 166 units, and the traffic expert can talk about that, but yields approximately 10 trips per day, 7 days a week. This is about 218 trips per day, some coming, some going, so they're not even all loaded with rock. And we'll talk more about traffic in a little bit too, but there are no new or changing conditions in zoning and or land use within the project area that would support a rezoning to industrial. There's a significant mineral resource that's in high demand that was discovered on this property. Found it there. What was Old Castle's new or changing condition when they were rezoned to a zoning contrary use to the comp plan? So then we're going to talk about the conservation character area in the corridor that was established in 2022, and that was specifically referenced. I know I'm reading this stuff, but it's important to hear because the attorney asked, and we want to be able to answer the question. So the Paulding County 2017 Comprehensive Plan does not change the existing zoning districts in Paulding County. It does not effectuate an amendment to the Paulding County official zoning map, and it does not itself permit or prohibit any existing land uses. Instead, the Comprehensive Plan basically serves as a guide. That's what it's designed for the consultation and decision-making. A specific opportunity was stated in the plan's SWOT analysis, and that was that marketing or skilled workforce and available land, Paulding County has 2 of the main ingredients for industrial and commercial growth, a skilled workforce and available land. And again, like I talked about earlier, if not here, where? This is available land, and it checks the boxes. And we need to be able to attract jobs to Paulding County. Upon adoption of the comprehensive plan, Commissioner Stover was here at the time, and he had referenced that this is a living document and is always changing. We went back and watched that, and then Miss Ann on staff in May, she specifically said the same thing, that this is a living a document. And so we were reminded of that again in May, that this is a guide, it's a living document, meaning that it's subject to change. A couple more things in regards to the comprehensive plan, but the conservation character area contains the majority of all of the I-2 in zone property in Paulding County. The majority of all I-2 property is in this district, in this area. Rock quarries, they're typically located in rural areas. One of the neighboring counties, Bartow County, specifically has a mining zoning designation. We're not proposing industrial buildings or an industrial corridor. We're not proposing anything like that, and we wouldn't suggest that or encourage you to do that either. We're simply saying that you have to put this where the rock is, and that's what we're doing here. Quarries are built where rock is located, not where industrial parks are located. We can't go to the industrial park on the comp plan and say, let's put a rock quarry there, because that's not where the rock is. The plan and the existing zoning did not anticipate this new and changing condition or this discovery. No offense to anyone in the comp plan, but you couldn't have predicted this. You couldn't have said this is exactly where mining needs to go. The plan did not anticipate that the highest and best use of the property is mining. This is, as Casey referenced, is the highest and best use for the property. And then again, on June 11th, the commissioners voted in favor of Old Castle, and you did as well, for rezoning R2 to I1 in contrast to the comprehensive plan. So there's an example that was recently done a few months ago. So that's speaking to the comp plan. And then if you'll note here too, that these are aerials that show the existing quarries. 212 neighborhood homes have been built around these quarries in recent years, 212, and they've all sold. there's not one that hasn't sold. Some have resold many different times. And so that was what, I just wanted to make sure that we specifically address the comp plan to you guys, because we believe that we are completely in line with the comp plan and we don't deviate an ounce from it. And so some other concerns were brought up, specifically in regards to traffic. And so we have our traffic expert here, Mark Akampura. I'd like for him to specifically talk about a comment that I think it was Mr. Turner had made in regards to traffic safety. We believe in traffic safety as well, and I want Mark to be able to speak to the trip counts and specifically the sight distance and the safety in this specific stretch of land. So Mark, thank you. Thanks. And I'll write his name down. Yes, sir.
Good evening, I guess, or almost evening. I'm Mark Akampura, the traffic engineer for the project. I've been practicing traffic engineering in Paulding County and Georgia for 32 years, and I've done about 1,500 traffic studies in Georgia. A couple of issues. First, State Route 101 is a designated truck route by Paulding County. So this is where the county wants their trucks. They've got to be places to get trucks through the county. This is one of the places the county chose to have as a truck route. It's a state route, so the access to the project has to comply with Georgia DOT standards. That includes standards for the design of the access and includes sight distance. Somebody brought up the issue of sight distance. So when the project was first brought to me, the original location of the project access actually did have a sight distance limitation. There's a crest of the hill. When you come northbound on 101 past Rainey, there is a gentle crest of a hill, and so we actually measured the sight distance, and I recommended to the client where to move it, and they moved the access several hundred feet to the north to the point where the access location as proposed now does meet the Georgia DOT sight distance standards for a 55-mile-an-hour road. The site access will be designed according to the Georgia DOT standards, which includes the turning radii coming in and out, which have to be 75 feet for trucks. And the state has standards for deceleration lanes, and this project meets that requirement. So a deceleration lane will be required on Highway 101 to serve the access. Another issue is the amount of traffic that this project will generate. The project will generate a little over 200 trips per day. A trip is a trip in and a trip out, so it's about 109, I think it is, trips in and 109 trips out. For comparison purposes, a subdivision, there was a previous plan under consideration to develop this property that I believe had 166 homes. A residential subdivision generates about 9 trips per day per home. So you're talking about an order of magnitude higher. You're talking about 1,600 trips per day for a subdivision on this specific piece of property. So you're comparing 200 trips per day versus 1,600 trips per day. The trucks for this project will be routed outside of the peak times. So if you actually drive out there, there is an acute peaking in the morning when people are going to work and school. There's a bit of a peaking in the afternoon and then a peaking in the evening when people are coming home from work and school. Truck activity can be routed or scheduled outside of those peaks. If you go out there in the off-peak time, say 10 o'clock in the morning, there's still traffic out there, but it's much lighter. So the key is when you have a subdivision as an alternative, the peaking traffic activity happens at the peak of the road when everybody else is out there. And so you notice that there's a real impedance. Everybody's coming out of the subdivision when everybody else wants to be on the roads. When you have a quarry or something like this, the peaking happens outside of those windows. So you have about 1/10 of the traffic, and it's going to be scheduled outside of the peaks. The actual peak hour trips from this project are in the range of about 10 trips in each peak hour. So 10 trips over the course of an hour is very minimal impact. Yeah, I also look, thank you. Traffic safety. So questions were raised about traffic safety, and I researched this corridor. There was a fatality on Highway 101 in this vicinity. So as a traffic engineer, when you hear a fatality, that's a red flag. So I actually go into GEARS, it's the Georgia Electronic Accident Reporting System, and could pull out the actual police reports. And there was one fatality and my mind is slipping when it was. I think it was 2021. That was a vehicle that lost control and ran off the road and overturned, and the person who was killed was the driver, who was, there was alcohol involved, and he was impaired. So, as a traffic engineer, what we look for is discernible patterns. If there's a certain type of crash that's happening over and over again, and is there a red flag that there's a problem there, angle crashes, injuries, fatalities, we look at all of that. In a case like this, interestingly, this most significant pattern of crashes out there are crashes not with another vehicle, which typically means, and in this case, hitting a deer, things like that. Those are things that can't really design for from a traffic standpoint. So the one fatality was, it's obviously something that we never want to see, but it was an alcohol-related crash. That was the only fatality in this segment of the roadway. As far as any specific design issues, what we do then as a traffic engineer is we look at what do we do to make sure that we are going to be safe. And the answer is this is a state route, and we are going to be in compliance with all of the state route design standards for an access. This project actually has to get an access permit from the Georgia DOT. So the design has to go to the Georgia DOT and comply with their standards.
Sir, I have the State Patrol report here for that area, and actually there were 3 fatalities from Rainy Road to Harmony Road. There's been 41 accidents, 41 injuries, and 3 fatalities.
Yeah, it depends on how far you go from the site. If you go 20 miles from the site, there are probably 100 fatalities.
That's within a mile.
Yeah. I looked at, and then the other issue is how far back in time do you go to?
Well, it was February 2020 was 2 fatalities, and 5/20 was 2 fatalities, 1/21 was 1 fatality. That's probably
Right.
the one you're speaking of.
That's the one I'm speaking of, yeah. So I'm guessing you looked at an area that was a little more expanded than the area I looked at. I'm not disagreeing with you. I was asked by the mayor of Powder Springs a few years ago, what is the acceptable number of fatalities on a roadway to a traffic engineer? And the answer is 0. We don't want to see any fatalities. Our goal is to make sure that there are none. The only way you could get no fatalities on a road is to close the road. As long as people are driving on a road, they can run off the road, they could hit a deer, they could be drunk. There are various things that can lead to fatalities. So what I have to look at as a traffic engineer is there a discernible pattern? Is there a clear safety issue? And so I in no way want to minimize those fatalities. There are probably people in this room that know who those people are. And it's something that's very serious and we take very seriously. But there isn't a discernible clear pattern. And the one that was closest to the site, again, was an alcohol-related person who lost control of their vehicle. So the response that I come up with is we make sure that the project access meets the site distance standard, which at the current proposed location it does, and it meets the design standards for the Georgia DOT. And it does.
Okay. We've interrupted the presentation time for them, so can we go ahead and let them utilize their full time, and we can come back to that.
All right.
Well, that's good. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
So I'll kind of close with this. So I hope there's some questions asked in regards to silica dust. I feel like we've been here for a lot longer than everybody wants to. Silica has been brought up frequently. We've sent in lots of studies on that. Our industrial hygienist has spoken at length about that. He's here. Kelly would love the opportunity to ask questions if there's still concerns about that. We don't believe that that's a concern. We've expressed that clearly and are happy to express that clearly again. I do want to speak to some of the way that the meeting started. It referenced this petition that's been going around, and so I'm not a petition expert, but I feel like the best petitions are the ones that have people that are local kind of expressing their concerns. And so of the 3,400 people that signed it, I believe their website references a certain percentage that are considered local. From what we observed, that can include LaGrange, McDonough, Alpharetta. We found that there was one person that signed the petition that was from Providence, Rhode Island. And we're not opposed to people from Providence, Rhode Island signing petitions about what goes on in Paulding County, but we kind of question that. Paulding County has approximately 180,000 people. I think at least three of the people that spoke tonight are Carroll County residents. And that's not to discourage them from speaking and showing up and speaking, but you have a lot of the people that are from a neighboring county, and that's great. They can do that. But of that petition, I'd wonder how many are actually local to Paulding County. That being said, we hear a lot of negative. I want you to know that there's a lot of positive out there. We've gone on to Facebook and social media. We don't make comments. We don't stir the pot. We don't do any of that stuff. We just observe. And so we've seen a lot of posts get taken down that are very positive to the quarry. I saw one evening. I went to bed around 10 o'clock. I saw about 108 comments on there. I was like, ooh, let me wake up and see what they talk about the next morning. Gone, deleted, the whole post, the whole thread. And I was like, wow, I guess there were too many positive things on there. People were saying a lot of positive, and we've noted some of those. One of them said, hey, I live nearby, and we'll take a rock quarry over a subdivision any day. Everyone whining about property taxes and that we need more business, but the minute we get anything other than an Olive Garden, everyone goes nuts. You know, I mean, that's one of the comments that was on there. Someone else said, I work at one. There's a $500,000 to $750,000 homes on both sides of our pit. Not a word. Someone else, we live 6 houses away from Vulcan, and I'm in Villa Rica. Have been there for 40 years. The blasting has never damaged our house or our foundation. There's a lot of positive things. There's a lot of positive support in the community for this. And there's some politicians that believe that we do need more business in Paulding County, and you've heard from some that do, but only if it meets certain things. And the only way to get there's literally no way that they can defend another rock quarry in the entire community or in any other place for that matter if they can't support it here. And so, with that being said, there's a couple people from the community that I'd like for you to hear from. And the first one is Chris. Chris, are you still here? Chris, you mind coming on up, man? Yeah, thanks. Are we okay on time, sir?
Yeah, you have about 6 minutes remaining.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Christopher Gotton. I've lived in Paulding County all my life. I live 6 minutes from where they want to put this quarry. I actually work in a quarry. The name's been brought up several times throughout this whole meeting, Vulcan Materials. Worked there. I did have severe asthma as a job. I mean, I don't know if I still have now. I've not had any problems with it. I've been around the dust, never had any problems. There's people who come in, they put machines on us to monitor dust exposure that we're exposed to. Good. There's water trucks that we control the dust with. I've made my living in a rock quarry. I've bought my house through a rock quarry, working that job. I've raised my girls on it. I have one being born here soon. I would much rather take a rock quarry by my house 6 minutes away than a subdivision. We heard a gentleman earlier say that he has a house issue because of the rock quarry and the noise complaint. That same gentleman is having a neighborhood built right behind his house where his neighborhood is at now. But would you rather have a neighborhood where it's going to cause more traffic like it's been being talked about, more people come in, or would you rather have a rock quarry? Because, I mean, we have people here today who don't want to live by a rock quarry. Who's going to want to live by it? Obviously, these people don't. So people who do live there, who do accept it, are going to stay there. There's people here today who are going to pass their land on to their grandchildren. When those pass it on to grandchildren, they sell it. What are they going to do with it? They can sell it off. You might have 160 homes built on it in 2 months. There's no telling. But throughout all of it, there is things that are set in place inside a rock quarry that are beneficial. There are everything there. My grandmother, she lived next to it for years. Anytime she needed rock, they gave it to her. All she had to do was have it hauled. Great, it's beneficial. Anything you want, they help we help first responders. There's been plenty of times that I went with first responders to their locations, fed them pizzas. You know, we've done things. We've helped schools in for field trips, let kids come out, ride buses through there, see it. It amazes it. Me personally, my father was a blaster. I've been around it all my life. I enjoy it. It's what I love to do. And hopefully one day I'm able to have a son and he's able to go work in that line of industry. But if we keep turning them away, what would be there for them? I mean, not everybody's going to go to college. Not everybody wants to wear a suit and tie every day. Some people want to go out there, cut, weld. That's what I do. I work day shift and I work night shift. I ran the equipment. I've done everything and anything from there to then. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me any questions you want. I'll answer them for you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. And we've got one more person. Brandon, would you like to come on up?
Good afternoon. My name's Brandon Fincher. I don't have anything expert to say like some of these guys, but I do live right next door to a rock quarry. I'm the closest house to the rock quarry, the blasting pit on Mulberry Rock Road. We don't deal with no dust. We hardly hear them. We don't deal with a lot of the stuff that people say that you do. We've never had a foundation issue. Our house has been there for 30 plus years. We've got none of the problems that people are concerned about. Trying to think of anything else I had to say. But just like the last one was saying, I'd much rather see another rock quarry 5 minutes down the road from my house than another 200 houses in a subdivision with that much more traffic on the road. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
So with that being said, we appreciate you, Brandon, and for Chris, I mean, he took time off of work. It was that important to him, and so we appreciate that. We want you to know that we want to be good neighbors. I know that the second I say that, we get sneers and laughs, and the property owners sincerely want to. We felt like we've put forth a compelling case. We feel like we meet the comprehensive plan. We feel like this is the highest and best use for the property, and we appreciate any other questions you may have, and would appreciate your support and vote. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That will conclude we have about 30 seconds remaining from what I've seen. Does anybody else wants to speak on behalf of this application? Hearing none, we will move forward with any questions from Planning Commission to the applicant.
I've got some transportation questions I want to ask you gentlemen. I sit Friday, not this past Friday, the Friday before, from 11:50 in the morning to 12:20, which is 30 minutes, there at Harmony Road there to church. I counted 241 vehicles just in that short 30-minute time, and I can give you a breakdown. 32 were 18-wheelers, 12 were various other heavy load vehicles for a total of 44. There were 197 vehicles, cars, pickups, trailers, motorcycles, dualies with landscaping trailers. So in that period of time, like I said, there were 241 trips, and I'd say 65 to 70% were northbound. Also, I've got State Patrol, like I said, I've got State Patrol traffic studies here where they did actual accidents, and from 101 is a highly traveled road that carries access to Highway 70, to I-75, to 41, to 278 that goes into Carroll County, to 113 it goes to Rome, to 120 that goes into Alabama. From Carroll County line to, say, Rose's Store, Highway 120, there was, during that same period, from January 2020 to May 2024, there were 78 accidents, 49 injuries, and 3 fatalities. The complete distance from Carroll County to Polk County along 101, there were 252 accidents, 273 injuries, and 5 fatalities. And from Villa Rica to the Polk County line, there were 443 accidents, 399 injuries, and 6 fatalities. That's a lot of injuries and accidents along that stretch of road, which is from Paulding County, one end of Paulding County, from Carroll County, Polk County, is about 12 miles, I'd say.
Okay, I mean, that stretch of road, that's a pretty long stretch of road. I mean, I'm not sure how to answer it. I don't know what question. We're building something in a specific spot.
Yeah, I know that, but it's still, that shows how much traffic that there is on that road now.
Yeah,
and you're going to be adding 200 and something more trucks that are heavy laden trucks. How far does it take an 18-wheeler that is going downhill from Rainy Road to stop if something pulls out in front of it? How many feet does that take?
I can't answer that off the
I
top of
don't
my
either.
head.
It's a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there are formulas to figure that out, but
Well, you're talking about a
That's-
65,000-pound truck.
Yeah,
usually.
that's why we'll comply with the Georgia DOT deceleration lane standards. We want to make sure that we pull those trucks out of the through lane of traffic so
Right.
that if somebody's following them, the
Let me
truck
ask
is not in front of them anymore.
Let me ask you this. Are you willing, in this area, you're already getting a deceleration lane, are you willing to do an acceleration lane coming out of your property going north?
Yeah, it's not a question of willing, it's a question of the standard, and generally, we don't do acceleration lanes anymore, just because they're less safe. And the reason why is because while you want a vehicle to be stopped at a 90-degree angle and look to their left and see the traffic coming and make sure they have the clear line of sight, what happens with acceleration lanes, and the reason why we generally don't do them anymore, is vehicles commit to the acceleration lane, and they start accelerating, and the vehicles that are coming in that lane, if you picture, they're now over their shoulder or behind them, instead of they're there.
Mostly truck drivers use mirrors. And my point is you're trying to take off from a dead stop with a 60,000-pound truck when you've got a 40-something thousand pound load. The truck's 25 to 30,000 pounds. You're talking possibly 70,000 pounds of load there. You're going to go from 0 to how fast when you've got an 18-wheeler coming over the hill when you're pulling out a right ankle out into the road?
I don't memorize the acceleration curves for trucks. I mean, I have tables, I don't have them right here with me. You're making me do math here that I don't.
Okay.
I mean,
what about?
The fact is that this is going to be designed to the DOT standards, and for trucks. So, I'm not sure what you're asking me. It's what the state has deemed as the appropriate design to accommodate trucks.
Well, you're familiar with the state design regulations. Will there be a left turn lane involved in turning in?
It's not required, so no. We measured that. We looked at the state standards
I know it's
for
not
that.
required, but when you're coming from a dead stop trying to turn into a place like that, and you've got a loaded 18-wheeler coming over the hill, you've got a bad situation. What about all the traffic that's, as long as that truck is sitting there, you're backing traffic up toward Rose's store? Well, you know, that's a dangerous area. That's a dangerous road with a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Why not a truck lane to the right side of it where all that traffic can go around as long as this truck is sitting there waiting to make a left-hand turn?
One of the reasons why.
You think that's warranted?
Yeah, one of the reasons why it's not warranted is the majority of the traffic coming to this project is going to be headed northbound and turning right into the
That was
project.
my experience that day. I'd say 65 to 70% of the traffic was going northbound.
That's anecdotal.
Even including most of the 18-wheeler.
Yeah, with due respect, that's anecdotal. Any day you could look at a different scenario. The fact is that the majority of the traffic from this project is going to be oriented to and from the south towards I-20 in that direction, which means incoming traffic is mostly going to come northbound and turn right into the site. The volume that's going to make a southbound left into the site is very low, and it's going to be primarily outside of the peaks when the volume on the road is lower. So I measured.
How do you guarantee that?
I can't guarantee anything.
I can't
No,
either. I can't guarantee that
Right.
most of those trucks wouldn't turn right and go northbound to hit 278 or to hit
and some will.
120 or any of the other roads.
Some will. But the amount that will is going to be much lower. And again, remember, we're talking about a total of 200 trips two-way, so about 100 trips. So if you just do some rough math, about 100 entering trips, if about 30% come from the north, that means southbound left, that's about 30 left turns into the project over 24 hours. So even if you narrow that down to the hours of operation, you're talking about 2 an hour, something like that.
How do you regulate that?
How you regulate
That's
it.
my point. You're saying you're only going to have 2 trucks an hour come into the site. How do you regulate that?
Yeah, so there, you can't, and so what we can do, the best thing that we can do is comply with DOT standards. I'm friends with a guy named Jeff Lewis. He serves on the board of the Georgia Department of Transportation. I've got a cell phone number. I'd be happy to sit down with you. I'll be your advocate if you say.
I know Michael Garepoli. He's on that same board,
which is great. So we would walk hand in hand with you and say, and I'm sure that the senator here would as well, to say, hey, we're in favor of supporting, we don't want deaths on the roads. No one here would want that. No one supports that. If you say that we would like to support lowering the traffic to 35 miles an hour, we'll raise our hand and sign up for that. We're okay with that. We can't control what the DOT speed limits are there or anything like that. The only thing we can comply with is our stretch, our distance of property. And we've not only done that, we've exceeded that with the DOT standards. And so we meet the distance for sight lines, for decel lanes, for turning radiuses, for everything. We exceed the DOT standards, and beyond that, what can we say? If we want to petition the DOT board, we'll go there with you and try to get them to change their standards, but it more than meets the standards. We can only control our stretch, and it's a safe stretch, so.
I think at this point, acknowledging that there are concerns for safety that has already been done, we also know that the Paulding County does not control access to state routes. That falls under the purview of the state DOT, and they will dictate what the design it has to be.
Correct.
And that is in the case of all developments that may access a state road. So understanding that we have now had comments stating that there are safety concerns they believe exist, we can move on from there. Are there any additional questions to the applicant before we begin?
I think the same thing can be said for some of the other questions that came up from the opposition of the stream variances and any state buffers and wastewater and its how it's handled. That's all handled through state EPD stuff.
It is.
So that too will come through.
And again, let's not lose sight of what we're asked to do here is to consider what the proposed use of the property is and whether or not it meets certain standards based on our metrics. That if it were to receive a positive review going forward, they would still have to subject themselves to plan review, both at the county and then also what the state requires. So all of these things have merit, all of these topics have merit. It's just going to come down to a decision on the part of the Planning Commission as to whether or not we believe that the use is appropriate for the location and whether it meets certain metrics that we're supposed to gauge it against. So are there any questions to the applicant regarding any other aspect that has been asked or mentioned previously? Hearing none, you may take your seat.
Thank you.
So before the Planning Commission, you have two different applications. One is 2024-03-Z, and this is the rezoning application to go from R2 to I2 heavy industrial. We have had an immense amount of discussion. I think that it was needful, but at this point, part of what has been considered before was whether or not adding in any of the previous discussions of possible stipulations that you might want to add. There are the 14 that are listed by the staff as to whether or not, if you determine to make a recommendation for approval. But at this time, I will take a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny from Mr. Aston. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Callahan. All in favor of the denial? Motion passes 5-0 and 1. To move forward to the SUP, this is for the SUP 2024-02-SUP application. Is there a motion on this application?
I'll make a motion to
I
deny.
have a motion to deny from Mr. Aston.
Second.
Second from Mr. Callahan. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0 and 1. Again, I know this was a very lengthy meeting. I do appreciate everybody's patience. I understand that there are passions that are running high, but I appreciate you comporting yourself to the way we hold public hearings. At this time, is there any further announcements, Mr. Robinson? Then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn by Mr. Steele, second by Ms. Fitzgerald. All in favor? Motion passes 5-0 and 1. Thank you.